Welcome to the St. John City Common Council meeting for Monday, February the 7th, 2022. This is a great kit. It's almost 800 pages between this and the Committee of the Whole, and it's got some good news stories in it. We have about 14 or 15 guests registered for a public hearing tonight, so it's chock full. And we are going to start this evening with a land acknowledgement, and I'm going to send that over to Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Your Worship. The land on which the city of St. John, or Mennequist, is situated is the traditional territory of the Wolastoqiyik. The Wolastoqiyik, along with their indigenous neighbors, the Mi'kmaq and Pesco-Tamakati, signed peace and friendship treaties with the British Crown in the 1700s that protected their rights to lands and resources.
So we'll pause for a few minutes and reflect. Okay, thank you, everyone. City Clerk, next item, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The first item on the agenda is 2.1, minutes of January 24th, 2022.
Councillor Killen and Councillor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Next item, City Clerk.
Next item is the approval of the agenda, and there are a few additions from Committee of the Whole. I'll list those off. So the first addition would be 17.1. That's a funded key option agreement. Next is 17.2, North Market Street construction license. 17.3, disability benefits. 17.4, McAllister Industrial Park sale of 1.85 acre site. And 17.5, appointments to committees.
Thank you, City Clerk. Okay, so I would ask for someone to move the agenda with the additions. Councillor Killen and Councillor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next is disclosures of conflict of interest, if there are any.
Okay, I'm not seeing any conflict of interest disclosures. Next item.
Next is the consent agenda.
Over to you, Deputy.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would move 5.1 through to 5.6.
Take a seconder on that, Councillor Harris. On the question, I have Councillor Radwan up, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I just want to mention that 5.1 is public hearing for 35 Margaret Street. And I just wanted to mention that 5.3 is actually a request for a proposal for off-season arena icing, if citizens want to look into that.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, seeing no other questions, I'll call the question. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Next item is members' comments, item 6 on the agenda.
Okay, this is our speed round. Councillor Harris, you're up first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to St. John resident who it's been a few weeks now since they won this award, but Mackenzie Turgeson, who is the founder and CEO of Flow Nation Farms, who is working on a 21st century, you might even say 22nd century, idea of the future, vertically integrated farming, aquaponics. Here in the city, won a Spark NB pitch contest, and he won $10,000 toward his initiative. He's already met with the good folks at Envision St. John. He's working on rolling out this idea on aquaponics and food sovereignty and food security within New Brunswick. It is a great pitch that he has put together, and he himself has done a lot of the research and development of this technology. And I'm really excited to have Mackenzie working on this right now. It could be a really interesting thing for our province. And beyond that, I just wanted to give a bit of a props or a bit of a comment to the current realities we have around protests around the country. We had, this freedom convoy roll through the city here the other day. Just on that note, I would just ask that people do their due diligence. There's a lot of competing agendas around protests. I myself have engaged in over, I'm going to say, half a dozen public protests in my life. But every time I've done that, I've done it with the sense that I know what I'm signing up for. That the confines, the parameters of what we're trying to protest are clear. And it's not clear to me as an outsider looking at this movement and mandates that there's a lot of respect given to healthcare workers. It's not clear to me that there's a lot of respect given to the requests from people who are going on our front lines to do work within the realities of COVID-19. I get that people are frustrated about the shutdowns. I've got 3 kids at home. I know what it's like to be cooped up and to have no outlets. It's hard, there's no question. But I would just ask and just petition our residents, I guess, to consider what they're signing up for. If the criteria of what the protest is not clear, don't go. Voice your concern on social media, voice your concern as an individual. If it's clear, then and you can agree to it, then that makes sense. But there's just a lot of hype, and there's just a lot of people caught up in things that they don't fully understand, and it's hard to see. And I know it's not helping the spirit of the city in a lot of ways. So that would be it for me, Your Worship. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Sullivan up next.
Thank you, Your Worship. First, following up 2 weeks ago, we announced that Lily Lake was ready for skating, and now we've got all of Fundy Winterfest that kicked off on February 1st and is going to continue into March 13th. A wide range of activities that everybody can take part in outdoors planned through the region this year, and you can find information on the Fundy Winterfest Facebook page. Second, I guess a shout out from the City of St. John to Team Crawford out of the Capital Winter Club in Fredericton. But how many of us were glued to our TV TSN screens this weekend as they brought home a bronze medal at the Canadian Scotties Curling Championship, and we're literally that far and one shot away from being in the final. Very proud New Brunswicker, proud curler. And a little bit of a shout out for Thistle St. Andrews Curling Club and Carlton Curling Club here in St. John. If you are getting bit by the curling bug and want to try it, give those clubs a call. I am sure they would be happy to set you up if you're interested in trying the sport. We talk about snow angels, and the city's taking nominations for snow angels. I want to give my snow angel nomination, and that is our staff who are clearing snow and more snow and more snow. The folks who are driving the machinery, our staff who are fixing the machinery and getting it back out on the road, our communication staff who are letting people know when you need to get your car off the street because the plows are coming, and our enforcement crew who unfortunately have to enforce when people are in the way of our snow removal equipment. Couple of PSAs for our residents. Sign up if you haven't signed up for our notifications for the city site, so you know when there is a snow ban in your area, so you know to get your vehicle off the road. And please, 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 I know we're all running out of places to put our snow, but when the plows go by and remove snow from your sidewalk, that doesn't make it a good spot to put the snow from your driveway. Please, please, please respect the work that our city crews are doing. When the sidewalks are clear, keep them clear for our residents. And finally, looking forward to the time when I don't have to remind us to wear your masks. socially distance, cough into your elbows, get vaccinated, and be kind to each other. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Radwan, please. Sorry, Councillor Killing.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm really excited to note that this month is Black History Month, and that it was wonderfully marked by yourself, Your Worship, alongside Ralph Thomas, the co-founder of the Black Historical Society of New Brunswick, as you raised the Pan-African flag. I really love to encourage people to go check out Ralph Thomas's exhibit, one that is now in Brunswick Square. I'm in there all the time. It's often open for you to go take a look and peruse this on this important month, and, you know, reminding that ourselves that every day and every month is really a good chance to learn about Black history and how to, you know, get your anti-racism efforts going on. Also, I just wanted to give a shout out to the Community Arts Board, who are actually just releasing their spring and summer grants. So now that we're starting to see our sunlight go till almost 6 o'clock, we can kind of see the end of the tunnel there. And if you have any creative ideas for bringing together something really great that will help us get through this next phase in spring and summer, check that out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor. And now, Councillor Radwan.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to the public. So I was going to also mention Black History Month, Councillor Killen, but I'll kind of add to yours. One thing that I've been following, because, you know, I think maybe I don't have as much information as I would like to have about Black history, is on Black Lives Matter's New Brunswick Facebook page. They're actually telling stories, and so I've been following along and kind of getting a little bit more information on my history. The other thing I'd like to piggyback on is Councillor Sullivan had mentioned about snow bans, and a phone number that I found was very important to know is 658-4040. If you need to know about when there's a snow ban in your area, you can contact that number. But I love getting the notifications. There's all kinds of information there. So anyway, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hickey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, February marked the start of a new Lunar New Year for the Chinese community, in particular in St. John. I just want to recognize the Greater St. John Chinese Cultural Association for their efforts and the incredible show they put on. I know you all always brought greetings, and certainly did this year, and even did so in Mandarin, which is very impressive. I thought you were, it was 3. You're good. Certainly piling on to some comments from other councillors, recognizing Black History Month throughout February, and certainly recognizing the efforts of this council and individuals in our city to actively work against racism and actively be anti-racist as we move forward in our whether it's our legislation or just our general day-to-day to break down those barriers is incredibly important. And I also wanted to recognize Juanita Black. The Human Development Council did a video recounting a lot of Juanita's accomplishments in Crescent Valley and her as a community leader. And for folks at home, if you have not yet seen the video, it's available on the Human Development Council's YouTube page, and it is an excellent watch, well worthwhile. And done by a very skilled team, and it really captured Juanita's story in Crescent Valley well. So that's it for me, Your Worship. Back to you.
Thank you. Great points. Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a big shout out to all the school staff out there. It's an important week from today all the way till Friday. We celebrate a lot of people in our community, and well, putting all bias aside, today is throughout this week is School Staff Appreciation Week, and whether it's facility staff, custodians, whether it's school admin assistants, EAs, paraprofessionals, teachers, all the people that make it happen in schools, they really are the center of communities, and strong schools are strong communities, and I can't say enough. Not only for the PAL School for the City of St. John at Princess Elizabeth School, but all the schools in Greater St. John for the work that you do. We want to tell teachers and school staff how incredibly grateful we are, and they're essential in building strong learning communities and environments. So hats off to you for all you do. Another quick one. If you've been bitten by the Wordle bug like I have, virus, shots, COVID, doses, and boost. Those words can help protect you and lessen the impact. And I'm familiar with that as my household bubble also became positively, really negatively affected by COVID, with all four of us testing positive. And so it's a good reminder that we live in a community that has vaccines and boosters readily available for you and can lessen the impact and help protect you and your family. And it's also a good reminder of the generosity of family, friends, and what a beautiful community we live in. And I've been reminded of that throughout this week and during my quarantine, how fortunate I am to live in St. John, where although you may feel alone and it's Groundhog Day again, you certainly aren't by the generosity of others. One last thing I would like to make mention of is if you do see, and it's safe, and I know that this is sometimes a little bit controversial and tricky, but if it's safe to do so, to clear a catch basin in front of your house, please do so. If it's safe to clear a fire hydrant in front of your house, please do so. We can also reach out to customer service to do that. But if you're able-bodied and you're willing and able and can safely clear those key pieces of city infrastructure from the significant snowfall we have, as they say, many hands make light work. And I know our municipal forces appreciate that. And so won't your neighbors and community and neighborhoods in times of emergency. So thank you, Your Worship, for the opportunity. Have a good day.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah.
I'm going to just say briefly, I did look up a little bit of information on Black History Month, and I didn't go to the Library of Congress for this. I just went to Google. So this is what I've got. And it began as an American celebration of achievements by African Americans and a time to recognize their role in American history. Began in the U.S. in 1926, and it began with a week of celebrations. And President Gerald Ford in 1976 extended it to a month. They picked February because it coincided with Abraham Lincoln's birthday, which is February the 12th, 1809, because he forwarded the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, and also Frederick Douglass's birthday, which he used February the 14th as his birthday. He wasn't sure apparently when he was born. No surprise then. He's a former slave, an African-American orator, social reformer, writer, and abolitionist. In Canada, we honor the legacy of Black Canadians and their communities, and we recognize the daily contributions and how they have shaped the story of Canada. If you look up to see who the most important person from Black history is in the U.S., at least they will say that it's Martin Luther King Jr., and he has, of course, a federal holiday that was proclaimed by Ronald Reagan. And that's the third Monday in January. So I thought that was kind of interesting information. And on February 1st, as Councillor Killen said, we raised the flag here at City Hall for that event. So thank you, everyone. And I'll turn it over to you, City Clerk, for the next item.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the next item is a proclamation, item 7.1, and it's a proclamation with respect to Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Whereas the mission of Black Lives Matter New Brunswick is to provide the platform upon which Black communities across New Brunswick can actively dismantle all forms of anti-Black racism, liberate Blackness, recognize Black excellence, support Black healing, affirm Black existence, to create freedom to love and self-determine, and to help offer education to those who seek it. And whereas the City of St. John strives to accommodate the needs of the diverse people who reside in St. John, those people who may face a different experience due to systemic racism and discrimination. And whereas St. John Common Council unanimously resolved on November 29, 2021 to support anti-racism and anti-racial discrimination initiatives. And whereas Common Council resolved that racial discrimination in St. John will not be tolerated, and that it is the objective of the City of St. John to eliminate racial discrimination and to hold those who racially discriminate to public account. And whereas Common Council, under the signature of the Mayor, issued a letter to the Government of Canada calling on the federal government to enact amendments to appropriate legislation so as to make racial discrimination an illegal act under the Criminal Code of Canada. Now therefore I, Donna Node Reardon, Mayor of the City of St. John, proclaim the following. 1. Racial discrimination and institutional racism continues to create barriers to success for people of color in St. John. 2. The principles of inclusiveness, multiculturalism, and respect are values that can create a healthier and more productive workplace, can improve access to opportunity, and can drive policies and outcomes that benefit our entire population and city. And 3, supporting the Black Lives Matter movement at the local level demonstrates the city's commitment to combating racism and all forms of anti-Black racism. Thank you. Next item, City Clerk.
Your Worship, it's 6:29, and I know our public hearing is at 6:30. So we could either do a very quick one first, if you wish, or wait.
All right, if
30
you've got a real
seconds.
quick one, let's do it.
Okay, well, we can deal with one of the items from Committee of the Whole. So
Okay.
item 17.1 is forwarded from Committee of the Whole, and I'll just read out that resolution that the city enter into the amended and restated option agreement in the form as attached to M&C 2022-039, being a version of option agreement entered into December 19th, 2019, and supplemented and amended by amendments number 1 and 5. Amended and restated on December 13th, 2021, and new amendments restated with Fundy Key Developments, Inc. for the purpose of amending to reflect proposed changes to the city's obligations to perform site preparation work and certain negotiated changes between the parties regarding the form of lease in respect to Fundy Key Development, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute said agreement and restated option agreement and any document ancillary thereto or necessary to effect the transaction.
Thank you, City Clerk. So I'll take a motion to execute. Councillor Hickey and Councillor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Next item.
And Your Worship, it's now 6:30. The city has advertised public hearings for this evening for a property located at 1429 Loch Lomond Road. So this is item 9.1 on your agenda, and it's a proposed zoning bylaw amendment with a Planning Advisory Committee report recommending the rezoning. Commissioner Hamilton will provide a brief introduction.
Commissioner Hamilton, over to you, please.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. Before you this evening for public hearing is a proposed rezoning application for property at 1429 Loch Lomond Road on the city's east side. The application would permit the rezoning of the site from its current R2 zone to the low and mid-rise residential zone in order to permit the development of a multiple residential development consisting of 82 units. The application was first considered by the Planning Advisory Committee last fall, but has been substantially amended since that time to reduce the overall height and density of the project to address concerns expressed by area residents. The amended application was considered by the committee at their meeting on January 18th, and before you is a recommendation from the committee to approve an amended staff recommendation, which would include enhanced conditions related to external design and buffering to address concerns raised by members of the public. The supplemental staff report in your package gives effect to the views that were expressed by the Planning Advisory Committee. And with that as an introduction, I will turn things over to Mr. Mark Reed, Senior Planner, to deliver a presentation on behalf of staff.
Thank you. Mr. Reed, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship and Councilwoman Jacqueline. As Jacqueline mentioned, the application before you this evening is for a rezoning of a site at 1429 Lomond Road. The applicant is basically proposing to do a multiple unit residential development on a 1.92 hectare portion of the property. They're proposing to construct a multi-unit residential development of 82 units. They would have 2 3-story 30-unit buildings in the western portion of the site, and then 5 buildings in the eastern portion of the site. The eastern portion of the site, the buildings would be 2 stories in height, and we would have 1 6-unit building and 4 4-unit buildings. This is just a rendering here of the proposed development looking towards the west, showing the 3-story buildings in the western portion of the site, and then the lower rise 2-story buildings in the east. Again, another rendering, and we have another rendering. One of the things that the applicant has done on this development is they've basically structured the parking so that it's internal to the development, and that minimizes the impact on the adjacent residential neighborhoods. They were before the committee earlier in November with a much different proposal that had 5 3-story 17-unit buildings. That's since been reduced to the current proposal, where they have 2 3-story 30-unit buildings and then a lower density development along the eastern edge of the development. The site and neighborhood, it's a large parcel off of Loch Lomond Road. It's about total parcel area is about 7 hectares. At this time, the applicant is proposing to rezone the front 1.92 hectare portion, and that would be the portion that would be south of the existing watercourse. Here's a view from the site here. It's mostly successional growth about 20 or 30 years ago. At the time, just previous to the development of the adjacent subdivisions, there was some material moved off of the site as part of an excavation project. The municipal plan has this area designated as stable residential. The proposal conforms to key policy directions that support additional density in the plan. It's also located along an arterial road, Loch Lomond Road, which staff believe is an appropriate location for higher density development. And also the watercourse and wooded areas and topography provide a buffer between the site and adjacent lower density development areas. The applicant is also proposing a 20-meter buffer between the development and the existing lots on Lakefield Court. Staff also note that the density and building forms are comparable to other multi-unit residential developments in the area, specifically the development along Inverness Court in the Bonaccord subdivision northwest of the site. We've reviewed servicing with infrastructure development, and adequate servicing capacity exists for the development, which is an important consideration in the municipal plan. I also note that this is occurring in the city's primary development area, which is an area where we want to see development in the city. It's that serviced core where we can take advantage of land in the city with existing roads and water and sewer services. While the stable residential designation doesn't have a specific density target, the proposed density of 43 units per hectare is within the range of acceptable densities for low and medium to medium density intensification areas. And we also note that the applicant is proposing to incorporate an affordable housing component in the development. It has also been in discussions with the province regarding that. Staff are of the opinion that the proposal conforms to the policies and directions of the municipal plan. Zoning, the site is currently zoned R2, 2-unit residential. Staff note that the overall density is compatible with the existing neighborhood. I mentioned the area along Inverness Court earlier. That contains 12 to 30-unit buildings, which are of a similar scale to the larger 30-unit buildings proposed in the development. That also has a slightly higher density. The area along Inverness Court is generally about 51 units per net hectare, and this is 43. So This development, although, of a larger density than the predominantly single family area, it is of a comparable density to similar scale development in the neighborhood. Also, the water course and topography, as well as the placement of 4 and 6 unit buildings, help basically create a density transition to the areas of lower density residential development. Staff also note again, Loch Lomond Road is an arterial roadway, which is typically an appropriate location for higher density residential development. And there's also transit service provided on this road. So it checks the box of being close to transit. Based on this, staff recommend approval of the rezoning. We are also recommending some conditions be attached to the rezoning, basically related to the scale of the development, limiting it to the 82 dwelling units and tying the building forms to those proposed by the developer. We also have a condition in there related to landscaping plans, require the development officer approval, which would detail the buffering along the eastern portion of the site and the Loch Lomond Road frontage. And we also have conditions in there related to site access, servicing, and elevation plans with the building permit application. With respect to the water course and potential unmapped wetlands of the site, we also require the developer to provide us with the appropriate provincial permits or clearances at the building permit stage. Lands for public purposes are required for the subdivision would be taken as money in lieu. This would be required because there would be separate lots for each building. The Planning Advisory Committee has also approved the proposed private access as being suitable for the development of the proposed lots, and variances were also granted for the private street and private stormwater system. The staff recommendation also includes council assent to the necessary local government services easements for the water and sewer mains. We've completed the engagement in accordance with our standard procedures in the Community Planning Act. That involved sending letters out to property owners and advertising tonight's public hearing on the city's website. The developer also held an open house in September and provided some additional information to the neighborhood prior to the November PAC. At the meeting, we had 5 area residents appear before the committee in opposition, and we received approximately prior to the PAC meeting, I believe it was 36 letters plus a petition in opposition, 7 letters in support, and 1 letter expressing concerns. Some of the key issues expressed by area residents included neighborhood compatibility and density and increased traffic. Staff recommend approval of the rezoning, as well as the necessary assents and Section 59 conditions, as well as approval of the proposed street name Blue Jay Way. PAC adopted an amended staff recommendation. There were 2 amendments. One provided some additional detail regarding the landscaping in the eastern portion of the site, and the other had some additional requirements in terms of the facade design for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reid. All right, so as our normal procedure, council will hold our questions for staff until after we have our speakers here this evening, our guests here this evening. Okay, so I do have a speakers list for this evening. So what I will do is I'll call for anyone. So I just want to remind everyone for starters that we have quite a few speakers listed for tonight, and that the bylaw allows 10 minutes of total time for speaker, including any questions that you have, any questions that councillors can ask of you. So just keep that in mind as we go forward. And I will call for anyone who would like to speak against this proposal. And I have on my list here, I've got like a million devices on the go here. My first speaker up on my list is Christina O'Keefe. So Christina, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, excellent.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Chrissy O'Keefe, and I reside at 20 Lakefield Court. It's at the end of the cul-de-sac. I'm against the application to rezone this property. In the last 2 years, there have been 9 new homes built on Old Lake Trail that runs parallel to this property. There may be 1 or 2 building lots left, and none are available on Lakefield Court. With a limited supply for future development and with demand in this area, I would expect that this proposed parcel of land would be developed soon. As a matter of fact, a residential developer was bidding on this parcel of land at the same time this developer went, and as far as I know, is still interested in purchasing it. So I built my home in this area knowing it was a zoned residential area, as was the other parcel of land beside me, 1429 Loch Lomond Road. I'm not against construction going on beside me, but I expected it would be individual homeowners who have a personal investment in their property, as everyone else in this neighborhood does. I'd like to refer to, and I think you would have this, but I'll quote it. I'd like to refer to page 6 of the 21 in the report provided for the January 18th PAC meeting titled Decision History. So it stated, on June 17th, 2011, the committee considered an application to rezone the subject lands to R2 1 and 2 family residential and subdivide the subject site for the creation of 76 service lots. Considering the staff recommendation to approve the proposal, the committee recommended denial to Common Council. Common Council agreed with the committee and denied the application. In December of 2011, the committee considered an application to develop a residential subdivision on the site in accordance with the standards of the RS2 1 and 2 family suburban residential rezoning of the site, which existed at the time. So my point is that if the creation of 76 service lots were denied in 2011, why would you approve 82 units at the same location? What has changed? And why do we have zoning categories? The developers state that they want to build here because it's a beautiful property. Sure it is, it's a residential area. So it may be a good investment for them, but what about our investments in our properties? How many of these? And I've also recently noticed that I've seen various announcements of approved developments of apartment buildings. So some questions that I would have about that, how many of these developments are in a residential area in comparison to this one? How many required rezoning? Does the city really need to rezone this property when there's land available that already has the required zoning? If these developers are really serious about wanting to build in St. John, there are properties available with the required zoning, and leave this property for individual homeowners that develop roots in the St. John community instead of moving to Quispamsis or Rothesay. So some comments in regards to the developers. Sure, they've changed their plan for the 3rd time to reduce the amount of units, even though they commented at the second change that 105 units, at a reduction from 105 units, wasn't feasible for them to reduce it any further. But here we are at 82. So where are the costs going to be recovered for them? Will it be in the quality of the development or higher rents? During meetings, they didn't have illustrations to scale, which was very misleading. The elevation of the land was not a true reflection, but they said it was the best they could do. And the developer didn't even know how high the roofs would be. In this 3rd proposal, there isn't a uniform look on the side of Lakefield Court. There are 4 4-units and 1 6-unit, just to get 2 more units in. They're not concerned with the look of the consistency. There are many variances required, including one to reduce the minimum rear yard of the 6-unit from 6 meters to 3.25 meters, which I assume directly impacts my property line. Also, the constant reference to apartment buildings in the surrounding area do not compare to this proposed plan. There is property elsewhere in St. John that would accommodate this plan. The other thing I'd like to point out, there was over 100 people that signed a petition against the application, and not everyone feels comfortable speaking out in this format. So I ask that you take time to review the emails and letters, take these comments into consideration, even though they're not speaking tonight. In closing, I'd like to summarize. Again, refer to the decision in 2011 to not approve 76 service lots on this site. What's changed? Why does the city have zoning categories? A residential developer is interested in this property. Where there's existing land for sale, zone to accommodate mid-rise and low-rise residential in St. John, why isn't St. John looking to exhaust that inventory before rezoning from a 2-unit residential area? As councillors, it may be your job to oversee development in St. John, but whose job is it to protect the existing homeowners who in good faith invested in the residential area? And lastly, do you really believe this is the perfect place for a development like this? Thank you for your time.
Christina, thank you so much for presenting tonight. I just want to assure you that this item in our kit is 340 pages because it did include all of the petition, it included all of the emails, etc. So we did have, in fact, all of that information. But I do have a couple of questions for you from councillors, if you're good to go.
Sure.
So Councillor Harris has a question for you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Your Worship, to the resident Chrissy, I believe, O'Keefe, who is speaking against this. I guess my questions revolve around the status quo, and I would like to hear what she has to say about the changes that have occurred. So as I scan the landscape of media releases over the past 12 months in the St. John region, which have dozens of articles written by the CBC, Global News, NB Media Co-op about widows having $950 rent increases and asking the province for intervention for affordable housing. I've seen 2 rallies in the city of St. John with hundreds of people rallying in support of the need for affordable housing. I've seen dozens of emails come across my own desk as a resident, as a citizen, asking for the need for affordable housing. And we have a developer here who's committing to providing affordable housing to residents in need in our city. And so I guess my question is how can I as a councillor turn to the needs of my neighbors in the city of St. John who are asking for affordable housing? And I myself have been on the receiving end of a landlord having my family of 5 now, which 4 at the time, I had 2 kids at the time, I have 3 now, move us out of their apartment due for various reasons that I had no control over. I guess I just don't understand how we can look at them and look at this overwhelming groundswell of request for affordable housing and say, no, we're going to turn down an opportunity by an independent developer to increase density and increase access to affordable housing. So,
okay, Councillor, I'm going to get you to sort of speak up to 8 minutes.
That would be my question, is how do we look at them and say and ask them and say to them that we're doing our best to provide affordable housing in the city?
So I'm sorry, do I answer that?
No, listen, if you feel you can answer it, it's not really in scope of whether we will rezone or not. It's up to you if you want to speak on that. I also have another question for you from Councillor Radwan, or another, I assume, a question or a comment.
So just to quickly say on Brent then, can you just remind me how many units of the 82 that are to be for affordable housing?
14%.
So it's not that I'm saying that I don't disagree with that fact, but the 14%, we're still at 86% that aren't going to be. It's still 82 units. And I guess my biggest point is that there are already zoned areas that would accommodate a proposal like this. And why are we putting it in a residential area on both sides and just stuck in the middle?
Okay, I'm going to move on to Councillor Radwan because I'm running out of time here. So Councillor Radwan, if you have a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Ms. O'Keefe, thank you so much for presenting to us today. I'm just going to ask you a question that if any of the other residents will keep in mind when they're doing the presentation, I would love to have answered. If this zoning were to go forward, is there anything that would make you comfortable with it?
That's a great question. But I've said all along that, you know what, I bought and built in this area because it was residential. I expected, I did it in good faith. I expected that it was going to be that in this area, that I was going to be in a residential area. And when I look at the properties in St. John, commercial properties for sale, there are areas that can be developed for something like this proposal. And so why are we looking at a residential area?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Ms. O'Keefe, we'll move on to the next speaker. I have Janice Goodine Shannon listed as the next speaker. Janice, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you give us your address as well, please?
Hi, I'm at 16 Lakefield Court.
Thank you. You have the floor. We can see.
Good evening, Her Worship, Mayor Reardon, Common Council, neighbors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name's Janice Goodine Shannon, and my husband and I live here, 16 Lakefield Court, which is directly behind the proposed site for rezoning for apartment buildings. On CBC News on January 27th, Robert Jones, reporter and author, posted that Ontario-based companies have been buying up all the rental properties in St. John at a record pace since 2020, including the building at 100 Inverness Place. There has been 16 buildings purchased in total. The purchasers won't comment on their plans at this time. Are they going to be renovating, evicting tenants for extensive upgrades, and charging higher rents like they did in Sudbury, Ontario? Also in the news, another building was purchased on Britton Street, which offered low-income housing. A 75-year-old tenant who lives in a one-room studio had her rent increased 14.6% from $529 to $606 a month. A 10-year resident paid $485 per month, also in a studio one-room apartment. His rent went up to $600 a month. Both are on social assistance and cannot afford the increase to live there. Councillor Hickey says, quote, "It's exciting to see investment, but at the same time, it's not prioritizing the folks that have always been there, then we're in a challenging spot." Well, we're in a challenging spot. These are notes all from Robert Jones of CBC News. My point in all of this is, will this proposed development on Loch Lomond Road be the same? How can these developers go from 136 units down to 82 units? At the open house at the start of all of these discussions, the developer said it wasn't feasible for them to downsize. How is it feasible now? Based on this, the only solution is to charge higher rents. Mayor Reardon, Common Council, 114 neighbors put their names on a petition sheet to speak up against this proposal. The people of St. John should be prioritized, and we have always been here. The St. John website says, moving to St. John. If you're considering a move to St. John's, there's just one thing you need to know. Our residents have a history of being the happiest people in Canada. Why is that? Might it be the people? We're a friendly, warm, welcoming bunch. Might it be the location? Ready to find your version of happy in St. John? We thought we did. However, as residents here, we're not happy now with our move. Also, it says a place you'd be glad to call home. People here care deeply about the quality of life, are lucky enough to enjoy it. Well, we're not enjoying our home now. There's too much stress from this proposed development. You ask us to move here, but then you won't follow your own municipal plan. This changes our planned way of life. We're not happy with this proposal. I moved here in 2015 with my husband, who is a lifelong resident. We purchased our home in East St. John, not Rothesay or Quispamsis, where the taxes are lower, but St. John, and yes, paying higher taxes. We moved here on the outskirts, away from the inner city noise, far from industry and far from the apartment buildings. We knew within the current zoning there would be houses behind us. This is in the municipal plan. We are very unhappy. In the St. John Municipal Plan on page 88, neighborhoods and housing goals. Support stable residential neighborhoods and ensure the new development and redevelopment maintains and enhances the character of these existing neighborhoods. Why is there even a municipal plan if you're not following it? Please listen to the people. How does proposed density of buildings fit into the context of the surrounding neighborhood? City Council, you should revisit the St. John Municipal Plan and protect some stable areas that are consistent and desirable. Areas like ours makes people want to build their retirement homes here. Our area is still growing with houses, and there are 3 in construction right now. However, if you allowed apartment buildings to be developed here, people will stop building. These buildings will be directly in our backyard, 22 meters from our back door. There's no tree line behind us. And Mark Reed said, put a berm with a few staggered trees. Do you honestly think this will provide privacy and hide these dorms? Do you realize trees take 25 years to grow? Well, I worked in the forestry for 25 years. This will not provide any privacy and will not stop people coming into our backyard. The developers are showing lots of trees and forests around their drawings. Where are all the houses? They're trying to deceive everyone. We're not happy people. Our life is threatened by rezoning for these buildings that look like dorms that belong in a university setting. Is this their version of enhanced features? With a row of multiple dorm units encroaching the privacy of our home by the many multiple windows with people looking down in our bedroom, our living room, our decks? This is an invasion of our home. And we are very, very upset by all this. And comparing to other property, previously, I'd spoke with Mark Reed, and to my understanding, he's focusing rezoning this land by comparing to the O'Leary retirement place in Loch Lomond Road to the proposed site in question. This is not comparable, as O'Leary place is next to commercial buildings and not in a subdivision surrounded by houses. The apartment buildings off Bonaccord at Inverness Place have been there for many years, and property owners built their houses around these buildings. They also have a wooded area behind them. These buildings are tucked away from the houses on Bonaccord. In the Spitfire drawings, I hope you had a good look at the drawings that was on the screen tonight that was presented to you. It looks like a mini university with dorm-style buildings. To put it in the middle of a subdivision of houses is just wrong. Think about it. Would you want this built in your subdivision of houses in your backyards? It's ugly. It's unwanted. We're not happy people. As it was said in the PAC meeting, this is not good growth, it's bad growth in the city. Is St. John so desperate they will allow these buildings to be developed here? They need to be in a university. The drawings done by Spitfire, they're deceptive. Where's the rest of the neighborhood? Where's the subdivision that the mini university dorm buildings will be put in the middle of? They show 2 houses. One house along the property appears to be ours. They make our house look as big as the 4-unit building in question. They also show a forest and many trees, which there isn't any. The whole depiction of the drawing is wrong. Where's the turnaround for the fire truck and the garbage truck that's supposed to be there? They also only show a few cars in the picture to make it look good. What about trucks, trailers, moving trucks, delivery trucks, and multiple cars that will be there? How can they keep a 30-meter buffer from the waterway? Our house along Lakefield Court backing the said property are 1-level houses along here with walkout basements. The developers are comparing our houses to 2-story apartment buildings. The land appears flat in the drawing, but it slopes uphill. The environmental impact and snow removal. The environmental impact in our home with the vehicle exhaust coming into our air exchange and bedroom windows from a line of idling vehicles waiting to exit out of the said property in the mornings affects us directly and substantially, not to mention the exhaust fumes from the heavy equipment during the 4 to 8 years construction, day and night. How does this enhance our quality of life?
can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
I'm at 8 minutes. I've got a couple of hands up. Do you want to just go on with yours for 10 minutes, or do you want councillors to have an opportunity to ask you a question? It's up to you.
I do have one thing I would really like to state that is important with the environmental impact, and then I can, I guess I could stop.
Okay, because what we do is in the bylaws, we allow 10 minutes.
Right.
I'm at like 9 almost right now. So I just wanted to make sure that there was, if you wanted councillors to ask you, have an opportunity to ask you a couple of questions. I do have 2 councillors with their hands up. And if you just want to state your case, that's fine, whatever you want to do.
Okay. Well, no, I could actually answer some questions.
We've read the kit. So why don't I go over to questions? I've got Councillor Harris first. Councillor Harris, I'll ask you to be brief as well and direct with your question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Janice, thank you for coming tonight. I, of course, appreciate it. I'll echo just a couple of things. I've had hundreds and hundreds of residents messaging me about the need for affordable housing in our city, as well as, you know, our municipal plan SJ, is up for review. It's actually a year overdue for review. There's a lot of recommendation that staff have put together to alter it based on new realities. So I guess my question is I hear that you have a need for status quo and for sustainability of what your expectations are about your neighborhood. And I understand that need. But my question is what is it about people who live in apartments that concerns you specifically? Because I've heard that there's a lot of concern around people not having ownership or not having the same kind of buy-in into a community. So what is it about people who live in apartments that concern you?
The people in these buildings, they look out their windows. I have a lot of big windows in my house. I look out them all the time. I do a lot of gardening outside, and I don't want people out there watching me. People are going to be out there in their yards with their animals, people fighting, different things going on, and having all those windows, it's just ugly. Like those buildings remind me of St. Thomas University, the dorms. And that's exactly how they look, and they're ugly. I don't like it. Don't like it at all. And you know what? If they want to put those buildings in, there's a perfect piece of land up behind St. Joachim's Church where there's other apartment buildings. And when it was brought up to the developers, they said they didn't want people to be looking at the oil refinery. Why build 3-story buildings? Put in 2-story buildings. It's a perfect location. There's a road in and out there. It's closer to the mall, and it's along the bus route.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Radwan, can I ask you to hold your question? Because
Sure.
I'm assuming Barry, are you in the background? Barry Goodine's up next?
Yeah.
Shannon.
Barry Shannon.
Oh, sorry, Barry Shannon. Sorry about that, Barry. So Barry, your address is the same?
No, there's just some more that I want to go on with.
No, I mean the address that you're living at? Sorry.
Yes, it is, Your Worship.
Okay, good. All right, and then what we will do, and I'll ask you to add to that if you can, and then I'm going to take the question from Councillor Radwan first up, okay? So you go ahead, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Reardon, Common Council, and neighbors. My name is Barry Shannon, and I live at 16 Lakefield Court. These buildings will be 72 feet from my back doorstep. We do not want these apartment buildings in our backyard. We are very upset about this. We're not happy. We have garbage concerns. The dumpsters will overflow with garbage, and with high winds off the bay here at Lakefield, there will be garbage flying around in this area and an increase of critters and rodents. Next time you drive by Silverstone Street across from the fire department on Loch Lomond Road, the garbage is everywhere. It's over other people's yards on the street as well. This is disgusting. Is this what our area is going to look like? We have noise concerns. There will be lots of noise pollution. There will be heavy-duty construction noise from early morning until night, non-stop for up to 8 years. A family member who lives in a senior's apartment building can't even stand to sit out on their deck because of the loud noise from each new apartment building going up. Now, the parking lots will be lit up with bright lights shining in our bedrooms, people locking vehicles. with horns blowing day and night, people moving in and out, dogs barking, people yelling. Can you see my point? We are both retired and spend most of our day at home. We worked hard to have all the enjoyments of life here. With this density in our backyard and neighborhood, this will affect our quality of life. There will be emergency vehicles in and out of here. There'll be an increase in crime in the area with high density. As told from our insurance company, our house insurance will go up. We are already suffering a negative impact with our health because of these potential dorm buildings and these continuous meetings up for discussion. We are not happy here. Please stop this institution of buildings from being developed and from rezoning the property. Now, there was a traffic impact study done. A traffic impact study was done on Tuesday, October 19th from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 13,700 vehicles were recorded passing by. This is not true in a realistic study, considering we are in a pandemic, and many people were working from home on this date. Before the pandemic and on a normal weekday morning, the traffic is backed up to a stop or a slow crawl going west towards the city. Supper time traffic is very heavy as well, heading east with the heavy-duty vehicles going in and out of the parking lot. During construction will add to the congestion of Loch Lomond Road. Now, there should be a safe turning lane. Now, Loch Lomond Road is a major artery in the city for safety. There will be a need of turning lane east to Bonnecourt to 1429 Loch Lomond Road. With the increased density of traffic, ask any firefighter, ambulance driver, or policeman, which we have, what it is like to get through these traffic times of emergency. At the city's cost, are you going to pay the cost to rectify this traffic congestion and safety issue? I thought I heard the developers state in the PAC meeting, this was not their problem, this was the city's problem. Correct me if I'm wrong. There has been multiple accidents at the bottom of Ganong Street where people waiting to turn and being rear-ended. Now, and on the other, we'll have heavy construction, dirt, and dust. With this big development, there will be continuous construction, dust, and dirt in our house. We have big picture windows, including 4 skylights. Will they agree to clean our house every year for the next 4 to 8 years? I believe this is not an unrealistic request to ask. I'm sure others want to say this too. We are not happy. Now, our quality of life, the people have created this beautiful area with their houses and gardens in the surrounding properties. This proposal of a mini university with dorm-looking big buildings will have a significant negative impact on the public realm here. This will degrade our properties, degrade our quality of life. How can you see this complementing our neighborhood? Is the city so short of land that they are willing to let people who do not live in this province destroy this area? Please listen to the people who are speaking out and opposing this rezoning that live here. It's our quality of life that is being affected. There are a lot of lifelong retired St. John people living here that pay big taxes for their property. This is a bad development planning. We really are not happy about this. Remember, there are 114 landowners who are in opposition against rezoning this property through acknowledgement of the support petition sheets. There are others who have never had a chance to sign this petition and who are not happy about it. There were people still sending in letters this weekend and today, and hopefully you had a chance to acknowledge that they were sent in. Now think about this for a moment, just a moment. If this was your subdivision, would you approve a mini university with dorms directly in the middle of your subdivision? Would you want these buildings in your backyard? We do not want apartment buildings in this area. We are not very happy. We are downright upset. Thank you, Honorable Mayor Reardon, Common Council, for this opportunity to speak and concerns after this proposal. Thank you to all our neighbors who live in here that have spoken out against the rezoning. Where are they going to push on the environmental impact? Where are they going to push the snow containing sand, salt, engine fluids, and possibly gas leaks from vehicles? Will they be pushing it near or past the 30-meter buffer into the northern edge of the watercourse off Blackall Lake? Will this seep into the ground and eventually go into the waterway? There must be an environmental impact study done and monitored with this parcel of land consisting of shale rock and standing pools of water. Saturated areas, springs, cattails, fern, moss, the ground will allow seepage into this waterway. Where will all the fire and garbage trucks, etc. turn around. Looking at the drawings, there is not enough room. I don't even see any fire hydrants there. In closing, Mr. Jerry Lowe, quote, "The more I look at it, it's like it was brought in with a helicopter and dropped off in the middle of single houses on both sides of the street," unquote. They do not fit here. They do not enhance the character of existing neighborhood. There will be a negative impact to the adjacent lands that everyone has worked so hard for. Everyone who moved here knew it. It was restricted covenant of land, and homeowners would look after their properties and help to make this area beautiful. That's why Janice and I moved here. Rezoning for apartment buildings will not contribute positively to the neighborhood and are not compatible with surrounding land as stated Schedule B, page 43, stable areas in the St. John Municipal Plan. Why is there a municipal plan if you're not following it? Please listen to the people that live here and take into consideration how it will change our lives to benefit someone in Ontario. Our neighborhood is not happy. In fact, we are downright mad. Stop this rezoning for development of apartment buildings. Thank you. God evening and God bless.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Radbourne, I didn't get to you last time. Did you have a question for the good-eyed Shannon?
Shannon.
I would love to. Thank you so much, Mayor Reardon, through you to Mr. Shannon. So same question. I'm just wanting to hear from residents is, if the zoning were to go forward, is there anything that would make you comfortable with it being next door to you?
No, not at all, Paula. It was just the fact that when we moved here, we were told that it was zoned for residential. That's it. There was no apartment buildings going in there, right? And that's why we moved. We're both retired. There are so many people up here that are retired. They don't want to see apartment buildings. The gentleman there that wants this property, he was stating in the other meeting, he was saying the reason he doesn't want to build up in back of St. Joachim's Church was he doesn't want people looking at the refinery. Well, what about us? When we look out our windows, we're going to be looking at buildings. That's not very fair, is it?
Dorms.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your points and efforts, and I just want to mention, like, the municipal plan is a living document, so it is something that can be changed, and I know staff that are looking at changing it soon, like Councillor Harris mentioned, but I appreciate your points, and thank you so much for doing the presentation.
Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Worship, Council.
Right. Night. Good night. We're going to move on to our next speaker. It's 7:16, so around 7:30, I'll call for a recess. So we'll move on to our next speaker. In the meantime, Trudy Hanley, I have registered next. Trudy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Trudy. Can you state where your address as well, please?
I'm at 56 Old Lake Trail. I'm just up the road from Lakefield Court.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
And I would like to share my screen. I just have to, a second here. Okay, so thank you, Your Worship and councillors. So I've prepared this presentation, and just as a quick blurb, I realize that the municipal plan is a changing element. However, at this particular time, the current plan is it's the current plan. It's what needs to be followed. It doesn't matter what the change is afterwards, but right now, this is what we're looking at. So the proposed rezoning and development is not compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods and not in keeping with the current municipal plan and bylaw policies. Too many deviations and inaccurate uses of land use criteria and density references have led to the conclusion provided in the staff report recommending this development. The municipal plan sets out a long-term vision and policies guiding future development in appropriate locations and standards regarding where and how development occurs. The plan identifies type and intensity of land use. Stable residential areas will evolve incrementally and organically in keeping with the existing neighborhood character and additional development to be at a scale and density consistent with the surrounding context. Intensification areas targets for the majority of growth of new housing and a mix of land uses, and the main emphasis for future land development. Neighborhood housing and goals is to support stable residential neighborhoods and ensure that new development and redevelopment maintains and enhances the character of these existing neighborhoods. And the proposed development is a property designated stable residential under the municipal plan and must be subject to those density standards and bylaw policies of the stable residential classification. The bylaw and land use policies demonstrating incompatibility. The policies pertaining to land use under the stable residential designation are key to understanding how unsuitable this development is. There are various policies which state that the proposal is to be an appropriate use within the land use designation, and that the proposal is to be consistent with the specific policies regulating development in that designation. Any significant development and redevelopment ensures desirable and positive contributions to the neighborhood, and developments are to be in keeping with existing neighborhood character at a scale and density with the surrounding context. The proposed rezoning and development does not follow the above policy guidelines and is not compliant with these policies regarding development within the stable residential classification. The proposal is recommended based on compatible density and generally meeting the standards provided in the zoning and subdivision bylaws. The staff report uses intensification densities from the municipal plan to infer compatibility as listed. This proposed development is not in an intensification area or a medium to high residential area. It is stable residential, relying on the context of the neighboring areas for density criteria. That is R2 zoning, not the intensification densities referred to in the staff report. The staff report also references 3 particular apartment complexes as comparable developments to infer the proposal's compatibility. The context of the apartment developments is not provided, which demonstrates that they are substantially different from the proposal. Inverness Place is a pre-existing development in Bonaccord. The subdivision has over the years grown around these and has always been part of the context. It has regular width city streets and standard setbacks. There are 2 6-unit apartment buildings on the adjacent property, but there are 12 units in total, not 82. And as a pre-existing development with substantially less density. And O'Leary Court is in a predominantly commercial area and in an intensification area. These developments are in areas already meeting that particular zoning requirement or mix of commercial and RL, or where the apartment buildings were pre-existing to the neighborhood growth. City staff have stated it doesn't matter if the apartment development was there before or after the neighborhood development. This is the main point of this entire process for the residents living here. The residents built here because of the feel and context of the single-family homes, with the consideration that future development would be consistent with the existing neighborhood feel and growth. When buying into an area with a pre-existing large development, it's your choice. This is not our choice. The following demonstrates that the proposed development is not in keeping with the scale or density of the residential classification. The proposed development is 43 units per hectare or 82 units per development. Bonaccord is 20 units, and the proposed development is a 115% density increase. Lakefield Court, 14 units. The proposed development, a 200% density increase. And the 12-unit and the 2 6-unit buildings are 12 units in total, not 82 units. And this building height comparison shows how overwhelming in height the proposed buildings are compared to the existing single-story family homes on the adjacent properties. The development is overwhelming in scale and density and not in keeping with the existing neighborhood context or bylaw policies for proper development within the stable residential area. The city staff report refers to this as infill. The scale and form of infill development is determined through the land use policies, and this is non-compliant with those land use policies and classification. City staff are applying intensification criteria to a stable residential area and inferring compatibility to suit the narrative of the development, no matter how non-compliant it is. Aerial imagery showing the predominant housing market of single-family residential homes for Bonaccord, Lakefield Court, Old Lake Trail, and the Lakewood Heights area. A sec. There are alternate properties available, and at 1429 Loch Lomond Road, it has purchase prices that are comparable to other properties. One private road, which is a non-standard city road width, between two established stable residential neighborhoods, density and building scale not in keeping with adjacent property context, and multiple variances and allowances required to fit the development onto a property. In the Michael Crescent area, it's two city street access points adjacent to established RM neighborhood, density and building scale in keeping with adjacent properties, access to services, more outdoor areas for development, and walking distance to malls and restaurants. The following rendering shows how the proposed development fits within the context of other properties in the area, with additional development and expansion opportunities. Developments should be built upon the cohesive flow and character of the existing neighborhoods. Old Lake Trail is used as the primary image of a neighborhood for all of the Forest Hills and Lakewood areas on the city website. The unique street is used to promote quality of living in this area. Placing an apartment building complex at the foot of this development destroys this unique quality that brought so many of the existing residents to build their homes here. The proposed development is not an intensification area or medium to high residential. It's stable residential classification and not subject to the intensification densities listed in the staff report. The proposed development does not meet the requirements for stable residential in the current municipal plan, bylaw, land use policies, and classifications. It appears to be in direct opposition to many of these policies. The predominant context and character is single-family R2, not the three scattered developments the staff report infers as comparable developments for the basis of their recommendation. The approval of similar developments has led to the reasoning that this development should also be approved. City staff recommend the proposal based on compatible density and generally meeting the standards provided in the zoning and subdivision bylaws. What about actually meeting the standards? What is the point of having a set of standards on a municipal plan, which the city has spent an extensive amount of money and time on, when city approval recommendations can be based on non-compliant and non-comparable references? Approval of similar developments must have no bearing on future decisions. Design, location, zoning, and land use will have differing requirements, density restrictions, applicable land use and bylaw policies. The vote for or against must be based on its suitability for the proposed location, land use classification, zoning restrictions, density character, and compliance to all land use and bylaw policy statements, not just those which make the recommendation generally meet the standards. We are not against development or growth, but we are against inappropriate development for the sake of growth. The multiple letters and petitions signed by at least 114 voting residents opposing the rezoning and the variances and allowances needed to make the development fit, and the incompatibility to the current land use classification and non-compliance to the various bylaw policies should be a red flag of how obviously unsuitable this rezoning development is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trudy, and you're right on time with 10 minutes. So I'm going to look for a motion for a break, please. I'll have to wait until you pull your presentation off. I can't see my team.
Oh, yeah.
I'll make a motion. It's Councillor Killen.
Oh, Councillor Killen, thank you. And I'll take a seconder on that. We'll have a 10-minute bio break, please. Here's my seconder. Councillor Hickey, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. 10 minutes. What time is it now? Oh, gosh. What time have we got here? 27. Okay, we got 10 minutes. Thanks, team.
Wow, 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 wow.
Okay, so many speakers are on. It's been long since 4 o'clock. Sorry about that, guys. I could have done the bio break earlier, but see you back.
Your worship, I have a dietitian's approved snack over here.
I can't see it. What is it, Councillor?
A bowl of chips.
Oh, what?
Mayor, I don't know if I'm able to ask Mrs. Hanley a question. Yeah, I had my hand up, but of course she had her presentation on, so I think you didn't see me.
Well, I'll tell you why, is that I want to keep everything to 10 minutes. Right? So that's why I've just kept, that's why I sent the email to say I'm going to keep, according to the
Hi,
bylaw.
did somebody have a question for me?
Well, we have to wait till we get started first.
We'd have to ask, could you, your screen's still sharing to the presenter?
Oh, okay.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, City Clerk, you let me know when you see everyone back. I have my screen with the attendees on, so I can't see everyone.
Yeah, we're still pretty light, Your Worship.
Okay, that's fine.
6 people.
Good. I told them 10 minutes, I think, so. I can't eat on here.
Thanks, Joanna.
All good, Barry.
You're not an old man, Joanna.
Okay, City Clerk, where are we?
Your Worship, I'm showing, well, some people's cameras are off, so I'm not quite sure if they're at their seats, but right now I have
Oh, okay.
2, 4, 6, 7, 8 council members, 9, Councillor Hickey, 10 with Councillor Ogden, and I'm not sure about Councillor Norton. That's the only person I'm not seeing.
Okay, let's wait a couple of minutes because I think I said 10 minutes. And I know his kids.
You have 1 minute remaining on that 10 minutes, Your Worship.
I do. Okay, good.
Mayor,
Are there very many speaking in favor of?
I believe we have 5 registered for that.
And they each have 10 minutes each, or?
That's correct. According to
Some
your
of them
bylaw.
are short.
According to your bylaw.
All members are in attendance now, Your Worship.
All members are in attendance. Okay, thank you. According to the bylaw, it's 10 minutes. It includes a presentation, which I announced up front, and time for questions. So we need to move on at 10 minutes. And our last presenter, it was a good presentation. It was just slightly over 10 minutes. So I am going to move on, if everyone's good with that, to our next speaker. And we have Mark McDermott registered to speak next. Mark, are you there? I have Mark McDermott registered to speak next. Just on my list, I can skip to the next person, and if Mark shows up, we can certainly circle back to Mark. So I will go on to Tom Smith. I have Tom Smith registered to speak against the application.
Hi, this is Tom Smith, but it's Crystal Smith, my wife, that actually has a presentation here.
Okay, sorry. Okay, Crystal Smith. All right, sounds good. Crystal Smith, can we get you to state your address?
Sure, I'm at 156 Bonacourt Drive.
Okay.
We're just at the top of the hill.
Good, thank you. And the floor is yours, Crystal. And the way it works is we've got in the bylaws 10 minutes, so you can talk for your...
Okay, thank you. I just want to say I do agree with most of what everybody has said already, and I know that you've gotten inundated with emails and such, so I think you have a lot of the information that I would have covered. But I would like to move on to something that I do feel is really important. Councillor Lowe pointed out in the last PAC meeting that the rent for these places is going to need to be very high. So we're not meeting the need that it seems like we would be meeting, that it was kind of presented as. There's only 9 affordable housing units out of 82, and the rest of them will be high rent units. We don't need that in St. John or New Brunswick, actually. We have a lot of high rent already. It's a struggle for housing. To the builder's credit, they were willing to entertain other locations, which I believe will serve St. John better. They have better access to transit. The transit that serves this area is not good. And if you look at the Stantec report, it's not going to get any better. You know, there's so many families in St. John who do not qualify for affordable rent, but they can't get the units or their waiting list for the units. We're in desperate need for housing right now in the city that is middle ground housing. These apartments will not fit that description, and allowing them to detract from better options. This just keeps paving the way for higher and higher rent, more struggle for St. John residents. Please do not allow this to happen. It feels like, you know, respectfully, it feels like a slap in the face to the hundreds of people who live here, and an even bigger one to the majority of renters who need more affordable homes. You know, if you say yes to this, it's telling all of St. John that you care more about helping developers make money than helping its residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal Smith. I do have a couple of questions for you, and I have Councillor Radwan up first. Councillor?
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Reardon. Through you to Mrs. Smith. So I've been posing the question: if this were to go through, is there anything that would make you feel comfortable with the rezoning? And I'll mention the reason why I'm asking this question. If it looks like it's going to be rezoned, council is able to put, you know, specifications under section 59 to try to protect, you know, some of the possible interests, you know, as far as to make the area, you know, the residents comfortable. So that's why I'm posing the question.
I can't really see anything that would help make me comfortable with this. No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Harris, do you have a question?
Yes, I do, Your Worship. The question would come back to something that the presenter, sorry, I'm just I'm missing her name here. I can't recall it, and I apologize. Thank you, Worship. Crystal, you mentioned about high rents. It seems that you have access to information that I don't have as a counselor about the cost of these rents. So I'm asking, my question is what information do you have about the unit charge?
Okay, I do not have the unit charge, but in the last PAC meeting, Councillor Lowe pointed out that with the reduction of units, the rent would need to increase in order to make that up. He asked that as a question to the developer, and the developer agreed that they would be high rent.
Right. So I guess my concern there would be is that the market average is about $150 to $200 per door. When I run the numbers on this development, it still leaves me within an average of about $1,100 to $1,000 per month, which is below the average of the rest of the city. Again, these are rough dart throw numbers. I can't speak to them because I don't know what the costs of the development are overall fully. I'm just guessing based on what I know as a builder and as somebody who has done development in the city, not to this scale, of course. So again, I guess I'm having a hard time buying that level, that argument that this is going to be a net deficit to the people who need housing in the city, going into it without knowing what the developer is actually going to charge, knowing that they're exceeding the minimums of affordable housing allocation. The minimums of affordable housing allocation in the province are 10%. They're exceeding that. They're providing 9 units. And yes, it's low numbers, but it's still 9 units. And we're losing dozens of affordable housing units in this city. So it's just something, I guess, that I'm trying to wrestle with. And when you mentioned that, I was just looking for some clarification. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lowe, you had a question for Crystal Smith, please.
I was just going to explain to Brett the question that, in reference what the lady was saying. The developer said when they first came, they were going to build 136 units, and then they dropped it to 105, and they kind of said that was pretty well the bottom line, right? Then they dropped to 82, and my question was, were you going to use less type material or charge more rent? That's where the lady's questions come from, Brett.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stewart, you're up.
Thank you, Your Worship. Crystal, I'm going to direct my question to you, obviously, because you're on our screen right now, but this would be a question I'd ask everybody who's presented against this proposal. My fellow councillor, Councillor Rodwan, has asked if there was anything that would, make this satisfactory to the neighborhood out there. As I'm looking at the layout of this property, we know that this extends back a long way and that the developer has said they only want to develop the front small portion of this high density. But and everybody's agreed that they're not against development on that property, but they just want it to be, single family residential. What if the developer decided that they wanted to develop all of that property with 40 or 50 homes on it? What would your feeling be on that? They're saying right now it's not financially practical. But when I look up at East Point and they built on a mountain up there and cut all that rock out of the way, it's very possible to be done on a piece of property like that. So what would your feeling be if they came back with a plan like that?
I haven't considered that particular scenario. I have considered if they put in their units that they're proposing and then they creep up the hill, which, I'm obviously going to be against because that's my backyard and it's forest now, and I don't want an apartment building back there. But I don't know how I would feel if it was all single homes. I guess within the residential zoning, we would have to accept that.
And I guess I'd just pose that question to if there's any other presenters or the ones that came before you. So just a curious question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much, Crystal, for your input this evening. That's it for questions for you. I'm going to move on to our next presenter. I have Lynn Grass registered to speak against the application. Lynn, are you there?
Hello, yes, this is Lynn Grass.
Okay, Lynn, can you give us your address?
Sure, it's 27 Ganong Road.
Okay, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Lynn Grass. My husband Jim and I live on Ganong Road. We bought our home in 1992, raised our family, and have enjoyed living in our neighborhood. We enjoy the quiet country-like setting within the city with treed areas and Block All Lake. We are strongly opposed to the rezoning to allow apartment buildings at 1429 Loch Lomond Road. These apartments do not belong, sandwiched between two neighborhoods. There are other areas in East St. John zoned accordingly for these buildings. As you're aware, there are over 100 names on a petition opposed to this development. 110 names. This is a stable residential area. Buildings are to be compatible with existing surroundings per your municipal plan. Apartment buildings are not compatible with surrounding land uses. We are very concerned about our property values dropping. We are very concerned about increased traffic within Ganong subdivision, leading to safety issue and increased traffic noise. We are very concerned about garbage bins attracting rodents to the neighborhood. We are very concerned about the environmental impact and runoff on Black All Lake. This is a family home community. This parcel of land at 1429 Loch Lomond Road should remain as is, where family homes can be built. Out-of-province landowners and landlords do not make good neighbors. Please consider all the input you've heard tonight and reject this rezoning. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Lynn. I have a couple of hands up here. I'm going to go to Councillor Killen first, and she hasn't been too vocal so far.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation and comments. So as someone who has lived abroad, I lived in a place called Aarhus, Denmark, where we had many of these very similar sort of student dorms, if you will, or multiple unit buildings in amongst areas where there were people who were grandparents, there were moms, dads, kids in strollers, the whole thing, very integrated neighborhood. So I'm just wondering, just in general, what in your mind would make you feel like an apartment building would make your neighborhood less stable or less sustainable?
A few things to consider as far as more folks in the neighborhood could possibly lead to more crime. People coming and going, apartment building changes, people leaving the apartments, new people coming in, a constant change of your neighbors. This is a neighborhood where we know people. We know who our neighbors are. So the feeling of like security on our streets, increased traffic, noise, just did not settle well with us at all.
So that doesn't feel like an opportunity for you to get to know more people in our community?
Point taken. I understand what you're saying, but I guess you folks are not hearing us. We do not want the apartment buildings sandwiched between these two residential areas.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor Harris, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, just echoing some of the things I've said before about hundreds of residents showing up at rallies for affordable housing in this city and protests against the lack of reasonable housing and access to housing. My question is, what are the, I guess, evidence-based realities you're pointing to suggest your property is going to devalue? Even in my just tertiary view of residential realities in North America, there are almost no examples I can point to that suggest property values decreased with increased development. Sure, there's the 2008 financial collapse based on foreclosures, not based on actual property assessments. So I've heard this argument a couple times, and I've heard it in your case tonight, Lynn. So what is the evidence you're pointing to suggest that your property value is going to decrease with the presence of increased development?
And I guess my statement was, I said, we are concerned about our property values dropping. That is a possibility. I don't have evidence that I don't have evidence-based report to back that. That's my feeling. And
Okay.
from speaking with neighbors, their feeling also.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm just looking for that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, that looks like it, Lynn. So thank you so much for being here this evening.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Now I'm going to go back. I had Mark McDermott registered. Mark, are you there? Okay, so what I have done is I've called all the names that we had listed for speakers that are against the application. So now I'm going to call just for the general public. Is there anyone who would like to speak against this application?
Yes, there is. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you give us your name and your address?
My name is Seamus Hanley. I live on Old Lake Trail. I did submit, well, that's how I got here. I did submit to speak against this, but I guess it never made it through. But
okay, sorry about that, Seamus. We certainly got your emails and et cetera, but
okay.
Yeah, you weren't on my list. That's fine. You go ahead.
Okay.
So you can give us, did you just give us your address? Sorry.
Yes, I did.
Okay, great. Thanks.
56 Old Lake Trail. Since it's fresh in my mind, I'd like to answer Brett Harris's question. It's a good question. He asks, what evidence do you have that property or apartments will decrease your property value? The evidence, I guess, is in the opinions. I know you've heard a lot of them tonight, but I built my house 10 years ago, and I know that if this apartment building was coming in here now, I wouldn't have. And it's not because I look down on people that rent. It's because it's the biggest investment I'm going to make. And when a developer, I guess, starts a neighborhood and he says, and that's part of the reason you buy the house and you buy the property, is that you're going to have a single family house next to you and all the way down. That matters when you work that hard to pay for a house, especially now where house prices are so crazy. So I have my own experience. I have my own feelings when I bought in this neighborhood. I have my neighbor who tells me that if this goes through, he wants to sell his house. That's real. It's not, I know that there's all kinds of studies on the internet that say it's not true, but this is, I'm hearing different when I talk to my neighborhood, right? So this must be at some weight to it, because that's what a lot of people feel, and that's what a lot of people are saying and saying tonight. Paula Radland, I know what you're gonna ask, so I'm gonna answer it now. For me, I also like to see single family homes, but for me personally, and I can't speak for everybody, the 3-story buildings are the killer here. You know, it's you're going up that extra level of zoning, not just 1 but 2, and it's that extra push to that size and that amount that just seems out of place. Okay, so I'll start my regular spiel here. I'm speaking tonight against the proposed rezoning of the land. As you know, the predominant zoning of the surrounding neighborhoods is a single family with a small number of duplexes. When a family purchases a home, a lot of effort and resources go into this purchase. Real estate agents, lawyers, and home inspectors are all engaged. And for an average working family, their home is likely their biggest single investment they'll ever make. Currently, the municipal plan SJ recognizes the importance of this and therefore states that any new development and redevelopment maintains and enhances the character of the existing neighborhood. This is not an intensification area, at least it's not now, as defined by Plan SJ. This proposed project requires not only increase from R2 to RL zoning, but also an additional increase up to RM, the medium-sized apartments, 3 stories. This means the city would be allowing 2 30-unit 3-story buildings in an area currently only zoned for single or two-family homes. In addition to the 2 levels of zoning, the proposal also requires 5 additional variances to deviate from the zoning bylaw standards, as well as 2 more variances to deviate from subdivision bylaws. There is also no land available for public purposes here. The developer agreed that there are other properties for sale and where he could build, but he didn't want his tenants to be subject to less appealing surroundings. This property is preferred by the developers and is located next to a neighborhood of houses rather than being built next to other similar sized apartment buildings. The irony here is the developer is saying he would prefer to have single family houses next to his property. The existing residents are saying the exact same thing. They want to have the single family homes next to their properties as well, not 3-story buildings. I understand that building this project in a single family neighborhood will allow higher rents and make the buildings much more profitable. But this comes at the expense of existing homeowners that built their homes in good faith with the understanding that the area was zoned single family and duplex. We don't have to stray from Plan SJ or compromise well thought out neighborhoods to attract development. Many people from other parts of Canada are now realizing the benefits of living in maritime cities like St. John. The past 2 years, we have seen the construction of 9 new single family houses along Old Lake Trail with another one underway. And this has pretty much used up every available lot on the street, despite the increased building costs. This shows that the community is continuing to develop and the land is being filled in under the existing zoning. Looking at the agenda package, I noticed that there are about 7 letters in favor of the proposed development. Only one of these letters is a resident of the area, the best that I can tell, and the majority of these letters are from real estate or construction companies such as Clark Real Estate, QM Construction, and Classic Construction. Please consider these points to help us continue to grow this neighborhood in the manner in which it was originally planned, following the current zoning that has created this sought-after community where the residents are proud to call their home. Something else I'd like to add to Greg Stewart was asking about what if they built up the hill single-family homes, and if they were, I mean, we would be having this conversation right now. They can do that, you know, whether we like it or not, and so if they and what we've all said is stick to the consistent zoning in place, and yeah, we would have to agree to that. That would be okay by me. I don't know if they could because they've already said the land is unbuildable and it's they wouldn't go there because it's a rock or it's a mountain or whatever. But I would say that's the way it went, and then so be it. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Seamus Hanley. Councillor Radwan, did you want to ask another question? Mr. Hanley?
Yeah, no, just quickly, thank you so much, Mayor Reardon. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you answering my previous question. So just wanted to clarify, I mean, I think that you and some of the other neighbors are the reason why you're concerned about the value of your property going down is because the neighborhood could be perceived as less desirable. Is that right?
Yep, people that it's most people when they think about a house and they think about the value of a house, they think about, and I know not everybody, but they think about the property they have or the space they have or what their neighbors' houses look like or whatever. It doesn't make them shallow, I guess. It just makes the reality that we live in is that your houses are, the condition of your property, your neighbor's property matters for your value, and where it's so expensive and so hard to get into a house now, people have to take that into consideration, right? It's people are scared of losing that.
Sure. No, I totally appreciate that. I appreciate you doing your homework too. Thank you, Mr. Hanley.
Yep.
Councillor Harris, did you have a question for Mr. Hanley?
Yes, I did, Your Worship. Thank you. Mr. Hanley, I appreciate the high level engagement there. I certainly hear what you're saying about homeowners and their concerns. I myself moved from an apartment situation with my family of 2, not by desire, but by a forced reality, into a housing setting. So I get exactly what you're saying. But I guess my question is, how are we as a council being responsive to the needs of, I guess, to the developing needs we're seeing in the country, where so many people are not able to enter the housing market of a single family dwelling like you're describing in this neighborhood? I've already mentioned that Plan SJ is a year overdue for review and has a list of recommendations on the table that we as council are going to have to engage with in the next little while. But we've all heard the stories about how people cannot enter the housing market like they used to be able to. So how is your neighborhood being responsive to those needs of your neighbors in the city by pushing back against this? it's just hard for me to engage with that as somebody who's been on the other side of it.
Yeah, before I start, I also lived in an apartment for 2 years, me and my family, before we actually went into this house. So yeah, we know, and we've been there too. My question about that, as far as getting into a house, I think there's, and I don't think it's anything this council can solve, maybe or not in the immediate future, but I think it's the way houses are being bought. I think it's not to, slam developers, but I think there's a lot of houses that are being bought up and purchased for profit, and that's driving up the price, and that squeezes out a lot of people that were just on the edge, 5 years ago buying a house and now can't afford to. But I guess, and I hear what you're saying about the affordable housing units, and you want to do everything you can because there's a definite need there. I would just be careful approving this development based on that, because we've heard the developers say too, and it's been asked to them before. This is not a guarantee that these affordable units are going to go. This is they're in talks with the province, and if it happens, yes, but it's not it's not like it's a definite going to happen. And I would worry about this being approved in the hopes of going for that, and then it doesn't pan out. So yeah, I mean, that's what I feel about that.
Yeah, appreciate that engagement, Seamus, and I agree. I'm not interested in supporting a development that isn't going to deliver on its promises for that. And we certainly have questions about this, or I guess councillors have expressed interest as well as I am now about the realities of our zoning. So those have been heard. So thank you for that.
Thank you both. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Hanley, for being here this evening. I will call again. Is there anyone who would like to speak against the application? And for the final time, is there anyone who would like to speak against this application? Okay, I am going to move to my list, which I have to get out here. I have 5 speakers listed to speak in favor of the application. So if Michael Goldenberg is available, we'll go to you first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. And do you want to give us your address, I guess, or your information?
Okay, absolutely. I currently reside in Ontario, Canada. My partner, Paul Mangian, and I have been working together for about 12 years now. Paul is also in Ontario currently. Mind you, I'd like to add that he's just recently, in the last couple of months, bought a home in St. John, and he'll be moving this year in 2022 out to St. John. So he's very excited about that. Now let me back up by saying Paul is a real estate agent and also runs a very successful mortgage brokerage in Ontario, and I work as a mortgage broker as well. So Paul and I have worked together in that field as well. Both Paul and I have spent quite a bit of time doing custom home building and home renovation, as well as property management in Ontario. So when Paul and I started down this road about 9 months ago, when Paul informed me that he was going to move out to St. John, that there was some real opportunities and it was one of the top growth provinces in the country, we started doing a lot of research, and Paul and I started off by buying a duplex in Sussex, an old 100 and some odd year old building. We're very happy that we found one in such great shape. And we bought a triplex out in West St. John on Prince Street that we're very happy. But as we continued to look for properties, we became a little disheartened that we found a lot of properties that were very old, dilapidated, neglected. They had mold issues, contaminant issues, and that started us down the road of thinking, we don't really know what we're getting into when we're buying these old buildings. Why don't we look at building something new? At least that way we have something that we can know people will be proud to live in, and we can hopefully get a good 30, 40, 50 years of minimal maintenance. So we made some connections at the city and at Envision St. John, and we started looking at properties, and we spent months going after many properties. We had another property on Loch Lomond that we had tied up, but it turned out that there was no city infrastructure, there was no sewer and water. And we spoke to the city about would they help us run the sewer and water to this property. And what we were told was that the city has a mandate to try and get the properties that are already in that area with sewer and water developed before they start spending money on infrastructure outside of this boundary. So we turned our attention within these boundaries, and we found this property at 1429 Loch Lomond. Now, we have looked at some other properties, and there are some other properties that do have the zoning, but the issue is the asking price. So, you know, one of these properties on Loch Lomond, they're asking $1.9 million, and the property taxes are so cheap that I think the owner, the current owner, is in no hurry to sell this land until he gets his price. When we ran the numbers on some of these more expensive properties, it just was not feasible to do any developments there. Between the extremely high cost of building materials today, which I'm sure everybody has heard about, as well as the cost of building, which we're hearing is at least 50% higher than it was years ago. We ran the numbers on this property at 1429 Loch Lomond, and we saw an opportunity to build. There was a small section, about 4.5 acres, fronting Loch Lomond, that looked like it was cleared and ready to go for building. We hired Don Moore surveyors, and we hired Spitfire Design out of Moncton for them to work together to put a plan to us what would be feasible to build. And that original plan called for 8 3-story.
No, we're losing
13 units, but then the 6 and we brought that to our town hall.
You're cutting in and out. We're having a problem hearing you.
Michael, as the city manager, can you hear me? If you can, please turn off your camera. There's not enough bandwidth for your video, and let's try just audio, please. Again, if you can hear me, please turn off your camera and try audio only.
City Clerk.
Your Worship, since he'll obviously have to try to reconnect at this point, might I suggest we go to another presenter, but probably one who's not directly related or tied to Michael and his presentation. So perhaps if I could suggest, oh, he's back.
Yes, does that work better, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes. That does work better.
Okay.
Can I just give you the heads up? I stopped your timer.
Okay.
Because you have to be fair to both sides. Presenters have 10 minutes. So I've got your timer stopped at just over 4 minutes.
Okay.
And there are 4 hands up to ask you some questions. So
I'll wrap up.
Oh, yeah. So it just depends, like if you want to talk or if you want to answer questions.
I'll give me a minute and I'll just wrap up. Okay.
That sounds good. Perfect.
So I was just finishing by saying Paul and I hired Don Moore Surveys and Spitfire to come up with a plan. We heard from the neighbors. We didn't get any complaints from the west side of the property because there are apartment buildings there currently. So all the complaints were coming from the east side. We went back to the drawing board and revised our plans to remove 3 of the 4 3-story buildings and replace them with 2-story quads, we're calling them, because that would resemble what a house would look like. And now we've got this further revisal, which really has us down to the bare bones of what the feasibility of making this work. At this point in time, we don't have any more room. It just won't work. But our hope on these quads on the east side was to make some 3-bedroom apartments for families that can't afford to buy a house in this nice neighborhood and come and live in a nice area with schools and in a neighborhood where they can be proud to live. And, I'm assuming that in these quads are going to be, couples working with kids that want to live in the nice neighborhood, but this is their only way in. So we're happy to provide that. And the bigger buildings are there for the affordable housing, which is a component of what we're doing, as well as what we think maybe people that currently live in the neighborhood that have to sell. Maybe they're retiring, or maybe they're downsizing, or maybe they're widowed, but they still want to live in the neighborhood. And this way they can live in a nice apartment, stay in the neighborhood, and not have to leave to another area. So that was our hope about trying to get a nice blend of all the different styles of units on that property and build them. I don't know where this university style I think you're going to see in our renderings. It'd be a pretty nice university to me if that's what it was, and that it'll fit in, and it's something that people can be proud of to live there.
Thank you. Okay, I have 4 minutes left on my timer here, and I have Councillor Ogden. Your light was on. Do you still have a question?
No, he answered my question.
Okay, great. I'm going to Councillor McKenzie next, or Deputy McKenzie.
Thank you, Worship. Very quickly, Michael, want to talk about, to Councillor Lowe's point, you went from 136 units down to 82. You talk about 3-bedroom apartments for families that can't afford homes and retired couples who might want to stay in the neighborhood. My question is, how's the numbers working for you in terms of what do you need for rent to make that 82 number work?
So that's a great question. We've been working with some realtors to get those numbers. And of course, when we started off at 136 units, I was feeling much more comfortable. When we got down to 105, I started to see it tightening up. Now we're at the point where the cost of laying the water and sewer in isn't going to work. We've got outside of the affordable housing units, I think we're working with numbers of about $1,000 to $1,100 for 1-bedroom units, maybe $150 more for 2-bedroom units, and maybe $150 more than that for the 3-bedroom units. So somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,100, $1,250, and maybe $1,350 or $1,400 for the 3 bedrooms.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Harris and Councillor Radwan, you are the last two. You've got about 2.5 minutes between the two of you, so I'll ask you if you both want to ask your question. Councillor Harris, you're up first on my list.
Quick question.
Keep it direct.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quick question to Mr. Goldberg. What is your profit per door at the current margins you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, so we're working with some numbers. And to be honest, the numbers, I don't know that we've got it boiled down to a profit per door. We've got it now where it's showing us about a 4% cap rate on these units. And to be honest, that 4% cap rate is predicated on us getting the affordable housing program and working with CMHC. So the way our scale works right now, it's, we need the affordable housing and we need the CMHC programs to pull that all in, just to give us, I believe it was about a 4.4% cap rate on the cost of building from what we're hearing.
Thank you. Councillor Redwine, got a few seconds there.
Thank you. And yes, thank you. And Mr. Goldberg, thank you. Goldenberg, I appreciate you wanting to invest in our city, first of all. I wanted to ask you, if you gave any consideration to actually building 1 or 2 residential units in this area.
That's a great question. Paul and I didn't have any inclinations to build homes for sale. It seems like there's lots of that going on. In our conversations with the city, we heard that there was a real need for housing, and we wanted to fill that need. We wanted to build apartments that are buildings that we could hold in our families for generations to come. And we fell in love with this property and thought it would be a great place to build something nice. And, we understand that when it comes to affordable housing, it tends to be in only 2 areas in the city, in the south and the north. And we thought this was a good opportunity to put some units out in this development and mix it in with these bigger units and smaller units, and just provide an area and a development that people can be really proud of.
Thank you both. All right, that's it for time for us. So thank you this evening for being here. And then I have next on my list, I have Paul Magnon. Is he going to speak in favor? Is he here tonight to speak in favor of the project, of the application?
Yeah, I'm here, but actually I would just be repeating what Michael said. Michael was speaking for the both of us when he spoke, so.
All right. So Paul, what I will do is I'll ask if anyone has any questions for you from council.
Sure.
Councillor Radwan has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. And we were just pressed for time there with Mr. Goldenberg. So, Mr. Mignon, thank you as well for wanting to invest in our city. I love the look of this project. I have a question about the way that it would be set up. So I'm wondering, where would there were some concerns about garbage and garbage pickup going through because the entryway looks a little bit narrow, and there's a question about fire trucks if, God forbid, they had to get in and out. So I'm just wondering how would that look?
So originally there was a discussion to have a road so the fire trucks can drive through with a barrier to stop cars from going into the neighboring subdivision. It seemed like a lot of people had a big problem with that. I'm not exactly sure why. So what we did is there will be a turnaround at the end of the road. So there'll be sufficient room for a fire truck to be able to do a 3-point turn.
Thank you. Okay, and garbage, would that be situated towards the back of the development, like for everyone? Because there's a few buildings there.
Yeah, honestly, we haven't had a decision on that yet. We envision some kind of garage being built where the garbage can't blow around. And we expect to have an on-site supervisor as well, or a superintendent, whatever you want to call them. So, but we're intending, as of right now, we thought that it would be a one drop-off point for garbage.
And I just had one other question that I wanted to ask. So, based on who your target market would be for this development, what kind of services or amenities do you think that your target market would be looking for? Because I mean, it's, this piece of land is quite far away from the shopping district.
Everybody needs to go grocery shopping. I don't know. We've looked at it. I guess you have to have a car. So obviously, I don't know how people would do their shopping if they didn't have a car. I guess bundle buggies. That's the way my mother-in-law does it here now. But yeah, other than that, we intended to put some playgrounds and barbecues on site for the tenants, but yeah, obviously I can't build a grocery store nearby, so that would have to be something.
Yeah, the reason why my question is like that is a lot of the time the reason why we see apartment buildings around retail is because sometimes people move into apartments so they don't have to have a car. And, our transit system will improve with on demand, and I would hope that this would help that area. But right now, the transit routes going there are really not great. Just to be very honest with ourselves. So, so really your residents that would be living here would probably need vehicles.
I would say the majority. There are the buses, but like you said, hopefully they improve over time. I know where I'm moving, there is no buses at all. So, yeah, it's definitely, the tenants are definitely going to have to take that into consideration before they decide to live in that area.
Okay, that's great.
Well, that's
Thank
great.
you so much. All right, that's it, Paul, for you.
Thank you
much. I'm going to call our next presenter. I just want to say, I'm going to stop my clock here, is that the way the public hearings work just for the public is that when they come to council, we have our presentation by staff, then we have the people who speak against the application, and councillors can direct their questions to them. We have people speaking for the application, councillors direct their questions to them, and then we will direct all questions to staff and make a decision. So there isn't the opportunity at this level is not there for the for guests to ask questions of the presenters. It's just for council. So just to let everyone know. So the next person that I have on my list is Mr. Jeff Sear. Jeff, are you there to speak in favor of the application?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. My name is Jeff Sear with Envision St. John, the Director of Strategic Projects and Real Estate. We started working with the developers, Paul and Michael, early 2021 as they were starting to go through the process of identifying land. It has been something that particularly new investors have found challenging, as kind of Michael spoke a little bit to. We've seen a lot of instances where the value of land and property assessments and taxes that are typically paid has caused a little bit of a slower movement than we may have liked within the marketplace. But the developers were pretty motivated, and they looked at a large number of properties, including potential municipally owned properties that they really weren't able to acquire until they found this one. At that point, we started working with them. They were very open to trying to figure out options for the development, which was quite a great thing to see. They spoke with a lot of people, a lot of other developers. They spoke with people in the affordable housing sector to try and get a sense of what was possible in the feasibility. And they came up with their first plan, received pretty harsh criticism and feedback from the neighborhood, and they were open, and they've amended it a few times, which is great to see. And I think the community will have a better product for it. Overall, it's a great proposal in terms of bringing in that 10 to 15% affordable housing, which is the best practice. I would also note that we see this investment being over the full build out in the magnitude of $15 to $20 million. Generating $15 million of GDP in New Brunswick, about $10 million in labor income, and about 190 jobs over the span of the build-out. Property assessment probably somewhere in the $9 to $10 million range, with property taxes, give or take $150,000 a year after full build-out. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, I do have one question for you, Jeff. It's from Councillor Redwan has a question. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Mr. Sear. So as you know, Councillor Stewart and I were both at the open house, and after that happened, I'm just wondering if you and your team at Envision found, had worked with the developer to try to find another location to put this development.
Yeah, that's a great question. We did work with the developer. They were looking at seeing if they could find Plan B and Plan C. There were some they went down the road on, got a little bit closer to, but really weren't able to get to the range at that point. So they're really still hoping to secure this property based on that. But they were quite good in terms of trying to see if they could find other options. And I think we'll continue to look for other properties to invest in St. John either way.
Well, and Mr. Sear, I'm just kind of wondering, when you're looking at this, knowing that this does not exactly follow the municipal plan, what kind of direction do you end up taking, at Envision to try to get this moved somewhere else?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, when you realize that this does not follow our current municipal plan, what do you do in Envision to try to get this project going, but somewhere else in another area?
Well, with regards to kind of what we do at Envision St. John is we would, this was one in which, the property was already, there was already an accepted offer on. So the first step is to ensure that they begin to speak with city staff. Really, we don't necessarily try to interpret the municipal plan. We try and bring the developers to city staff in the planning department, provide advice and feedback, and work with them. So in this case, we were working with them on that property. And again, the developer also was interested in looking at other sites in case things fell through.
That's interesting. Thank you.
Councillor Harris. You have a
Thank
question?
you, Your Worship. Jeff, have you heard the requests of citizens tonight and residents to pay attention to that municipal plan? Is that something that has come through in the communications tonight?
with regards to, sorry, in terms of the work of Envision St. John? Or
With regards to
work
this
of-
development, we've had a number of people put forward legitimate opposition to this project based on the fact that it doesn't align with our municipal plan. Now,
Councillor,
as
can you hold that question for staff?
sure, Your Worship, if you
Would
want me
probably
to,
make more sense to be directed to staff.
I'll direct it to whoever. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we'll have Mark back up. Is there any, okay, that's it for questions for you, Mr. Sear, it looks like. So I will thank you for being here tonight, and I'm going to call the next person. We have Andrew Toole listed to speak in favor of the application. Andrew, are you here?
I am here. I wasn't planning to make a presentation. I was brought along in case there were technical questions. I'm with Donmore Surveys and engineering consultant.
Oh, okay, good enough. All right. I don't think we have any questions for you with engineering consultants. Okay. And then we have a Joe Pelche. I have Joe Pelche listed as well to speak in favor of the application.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to confirm you guys can hear me.
I can hear you. Do you want to give us your address, Joe?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm with Spitfire Design, and I'm in Moncton, New Brunswick right now.
Oh, with Spitfire Design, right? Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I just have a short presentation, if it's okay if I share my screen there.
Absolutely.
Okay, I just want to confirm that you guys can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'll just we just want to kind of go through maybe just to shed some little. I'll try to shed some light on maybe some questions that were asked so far, and maybe just to kind of really help just kind of give you guys a nice visual of what we're trying to accomplish here. So here's just kind of an overview showing the development, of course, and with the surrounding buildings. This is obviously just the site plan that was presented already. One thing I would like to point out is a few things regarding the increased setback at the east. We're showing basically a distance of about 22 meters from the back of the buildings to the property lines. And I would also like to point out that I think the worst case scenario as far as lot coverage for the buildings is around 20% at these with this development for each lot. Here we just have kind of a slide of multiple or other areas or other locations in the area with multiple unit residentials. Here's just kind of some pictures of the units or the apartments in question. So these are just some apartments that are in the general area. Here, because I know it's a little bit hard sometimes to understand kind of like the grading with this development here, there is kind of like a slope to it. So Jeff actually went on site and was able to take some pictures. So we hope that this kind of gives a good idea of what exactly we're looking at. Sometimes the renderings can be a little bit hard to tell these things. So here we have a picture basically from the end of the that dead end road there, kind of looking down. Here's another picture here of us, pretty much the same area, just kind of looking a little bit more south. So we're trying to maybe illustrate that there is kind of like a drop in the land here. This is another picture from the general area. Here's another picture basically from the middle of the development looking towards the existing homes. And here's another one just to show the kind of the drop in back of some of these homes here. And okay, and here's the I guess the slide again, which what we're proposing. So we did try to take, there was some comments made during the PAC meeting, and we did try to address those as much as we could. Basically, some of them were to try to make the buildings look a little bit nicer on the Loch Lomond roadside. And here's kind of I guess an overview from the other angle showing the increased buffer along the back of the property on the east side. And also, I guess since it was brought up quite often about the fire truck, this kind of parking layout is designed to be able to kind of loop around it. So there would be that would be okay for a fire truck to basically be able to drive around the thing, so they wouldn't need to really even make a 3-point turnaround, or shouldn't be very difficult for them to do that. And here's just some other pictures. This is a picture from Loch Lomond Road, looking at the development driving up. And here's some maybe just kind of like a close-up shot of the as we kind of refer to them as the quads. And here's kind of like just kind of a straight-on shot showing the parking a little bit better. And this shot here gives a little better idea of the 3-story apartment that we're talking about. So yeah, so I guess that would end my presentation, and welcome anybody that would have any questions or clarifications that they're looking for.
Thank you so much, Joe. I do have a couple of councillors. Councillor Sullivan, I'm going to go to you first.
Thanks, Your Worship. Mr. Pelche, actually, I'm interested in going back to ask you about one of your slides. I think it was the second last slide.
Okay, yeah, sure. This one here?
Yeah. So if you could comment on, the technical accuracy of the slide, because a lot of concern, and certainly at PAC, I shared the concern. That's why I was talking about buffers so much. With the 2-story buildings, in my mind, I had the 2nd story looking down on the 1-story buildings that they backed on. What you got in here, can you talk to me about, how accurate this is? Because it looks to me like, just my perspective, which is horrible, I'm not much of a visual learner, but that the tops of the 2-story buildings are very similar to the tops of the 1-story buildings on the street behind. Is that accurate?
I mean, we try to get it as accurate as we can. I mean, the entire site topography hasn't been fully worked out at this point. One thing I could point out, and it's a little bit more obvious if I actually show you on Google Maps, these homes actually here, they are 1-story in the front, but they're actually walkouts in the back. And if you go on Google Earth or Google Maps, it makes it a little bit easier to kind of see that drop off. But they're kind of in the back here. They're almost, well, I mean, yeah, they're basically walkouts here. So this section of this home would be a 2-story, and similar to this one here. So, and when you take into account, I guess, that drop off, yeah, I mean, I can't tell you exactly how close they would be, but that's kind of what we're trying to show, that there is a drop off there, and that these buildings shouldn't be towering above these existing homes.
Okay, thank you. No, that's my question.
Okay.
All right, Councillor Radwan, I've got you up next.
That was, thank you, Mayor Rubin, through to Mr. Pelche. That was actually pretty much my question. There's questions about the renderings, but I'm also wondering, because you had showed the other apartments in the quote-unquote area, other than the 2 apartments just next door, how far are the ones that would be right across from Hickey Road? Half a kilometer, a kilometer?
Yeah, sorry, I don't actually have those distances with me, but they're, I think, I mean, if I can try to pull up this slide again, if I were to guess, I mean, that slide I showed with all the other areas, I would say those are within a kilometer or even less. So.
Yeah, so not really in the neighborhood, but not that far away.
Yeah.
No, that's great. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. Are there any other counselors that have their hands up? I have a blank screen with a hand up here. We're good? Okay. Mr. Pelche, it looks like that's...
Gary Sullivan has his hand up. Mayor.
Councillor Sullivan, you don't have another question? No. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Pelche, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I will call again. Thank you. So I will call for anyone in the audience. If there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this application. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the application? And for the final time, is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the application? All right, I am going to close the public hearing. I'm going to go to staff and I'm going to ask Commissioner Hamilton to answer your question there, Councillor Harris. Did you want to, she's probably heard it, did you?
Just to reiterate, Your Worship, thank you so much, is, I've heard from residents tonight, and certainly before this, about not keeping in the spirit of our municipal plan. I know that our municipal plan is a living document. I've heard Commissioner Hamilton mention before some of the things that we need to do to update it. I've also heard that it's overdue for review and an update, but I would just like some sort of feedback here on why this rezoning, which does go against some of those aspects. So,
thank you. Over to you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the councillor. Certainly, I did want to take the opportunity to address the question. I mean, there were a lot of comments made by some of the speakers that the project was not aligned with the municipal plan. And just to provide a bit of clarification on that point, first of all, the proposal is very much consistent with the municipal plan. We're not looking at an amendment to the municipal plan. This is a rezoning proposal, which by its very nature is allowable for council to consider it under the current land use designation, which in this case is stable residential. And the plan very much acknowledges that the stable residential designation allows a wide variety of housing types of various forms and density, and importantly, that neighborhoods will evolve over time. They're not static. They're changing, the needs of our community change, and that the plan gives that framework for council to consider rezoning proposals to allow for that neighborhood change to happen in a manner that's controlled. And in doing so, council must give consideration to the various policies in the municipal plan, and planning staff provide that full analysis. You'll find in your package a complete assessment of the proposal against the municipal plan as attachment to the staff report. And certainly we look at things like, is the proposal compatible? Is it well integrated in the neighborhood? Are there services there to support that? And does it meet the overarching goals of the municipal plan, which are to encourage and drive residential growth to the primary development area? And in this case, this proposal is within the primary development area. And one of the considerations we certainly look at in looking at change like this is, does it complement, does it provide housing need that doesn't currently exist. And certainly in this case, and we're trying to we're trying to evolve into a more complete community with a variety of housing options to serve our residents moving, not only today, but moving forward to the future. So those are certainly some key considerations in staff's professional opinion, grounded in professional planning advice. We believe that this proposal very much is aligned with the municipal plan and strengthens our growth aspirations for the community. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Radwan, you're up next.
Thank you, Mayor Rudin. Through you to Commissioner Hamilton. You know, the biggest challenge that I'm having with this one is the infrastructure. So you're saying that the infrastructure is there, but, you know, when we're looking at a traffic assessment, for example, for one day on a Tuesday in the middle of a pandemic, it doesn't really give us any sort of assessment over the area, in my opinion. I don't know how that is acceptable to staff. So I guess that I end up thinking about the area. I think, well, should there be a crosswalk there? I mean, this traffic assessment said it didn't need for one. Well, I'll tell you, if you try to leave Pauline Street here in Lakewood Heights at 8 o'clock in the morning, you're going to sit there for a while. Maybe not at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday, but at 8 o'clock in the morning, I challenge you to get out quickly. So part of the challenge I think that we're having out here in Loch Lomond area is that the highway is getting so congested with people going to Quispam-Rossay that they're now taking Loch Lomond and the arterial to get out to Quispam-Rossay and to come into the city. So, you know, so there's no sidewalk going to come there. There's no crosswalk going to come there. There's no other way for traffic to get out from these areas. So what are we doing to make sure that we're actually ready for this kind of development in these neighborhoods?
Commissioner, are you going to answer that, or is Mark Reid going to?
Your Worship, I'll make a few comments and then maybe I'll hand over the question to Mr. Reid. Certainly, the project was supported by a traffic impact study completed by a professional engineering firm that was reviewed extensively by our own internal team, our traffic engineer, who supported the assumptions that were contained in that analysis that certainly followed professional standards and felt that the traffic generated by this project was manageable, is designed to meet the needs of, or the design standards for an arterial road. There are sidewalks that exist that support additional that allow for walkability in this neighborhood to areas that are commercial within walking distance, and certainly there are parks. There are enhanced, the proponent has indicated that they're enhancing the walkability within the development itself with the addition of sidewalks on the private streets, as well as connectivity to the adjoining neighborhood. So there certainly is considerations to those needs moving forward. And perhaps I'll just, I don't know if Mr. Reid is there or has anything to add, but I would just have him comment further if needed.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to the councillor, adding to the points that Commissioner Hamilton made. One of the points that we've heard, quite a bit, since the start of the pandemic with respect to traffic analysis is, well, how can we get an accurate count on traffic, given traffic levels are lower? And, I did circle back with the consultants that did prepare the traffic study. They conduct a lot of these throughout Atlantic Canada. One of the things they noted is that, that was a pretty fair assessment or question early on in the pandemic when, we were, a lot of the province, a lot of the country was in a lockdown. A lot of folks were working from home. The counts were conducted in October 2021. At that time, a lot of folks were back to work. A lot of the stores were open. So it was, it was very, very close to normal. And, traffic counting is not an exact science, but, I was a consultant for many years, did quite a few traffic studies throughout Atlantic Canada, and a 1-day count. Typically, we have factors that we can apply from basically permanent traffic counters in the area, so that if we go out and count on a Tuesday in October, for example, we can apply a monthly and a day a week factor to get that up to basically what an average level is, and then assess traffic operations on that average day level. Loch Lomond Road, generally right now, I spoke with Director O'Reilly this afternoon. It generally carries about 13 to 14,000 vehicles per day, depending on the segment, and that's what our numbers indicated, and the consultant had that number in their report as well from their calculations. So we're convinced that the traffic numbers are reasonable, and as Commissioner Hamilton said, it's been reviewed by city staff, and we're acceptable of the findings. But that being said, Loch Lomond Road is a busy road, and every new development, whether it goes through a rezoning process or has the proper zoning, that does add additional traffic to that busy roadway segment.
Thank
So I
you.
know that Director O'Reilly has like this.
Councillor,
has,
can
I
you
think,
put your
a
light on?
counter down it. Yeah.
And I'll come back to you. We're up to 5 minutes.
Okay, sure.
All right.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I'll circle back around. Councillor Sullivan, you're up.
Thank you, Worship. A question for our planning staff, and I think Commissioner Hamilton touched on this in her first explanation about the municipal plan, but perhaps a little more. A lot of the residents are concerned that in a neighborhood full of single-family homes, there should only be single-family homes, and apartment buildings such as these should be located in a high-density area of more apartment buildings. In modern planning, when we're trying to build a healthy community, is it a better planning practice to have areas of all one housing type, or is what is proposed here? I guess I think you get the question. If you could just comment on one housing type versus mixed housing types and professional planning.
Your Worship, through you to the councillor, certainly there has been a shift in planning towards more segregated single purpose zoning to more integrated zoning, and that is certainly a best practice that is embraced by Plan SJ. It's really grounded in principles of smart growth, and by allowing for more complete and mixed neighborhoods with a variety of housing types, so that residents can age in place, can provide a variety of needs throughout their lifestyle. So that's certainly the approach that's embraced here. We're not directing density to only the urban core. It's about providing for opportunities as well for our suburban communities to evolve over time to meet those needs moving forward.
Thank you. All right. Up next, I have the Deputy McKenzie. You're up.
Thank you, Worship. Jacqueline, what's the timeline on this? I'm hearing 8 years for a build out. Is that correct?
Your Worship, through you to the Deputy Mayor, I understood it was 5 years, but I would refer that question to Mr. Reid.
Okay.
Yes, Your Worship, through you, we are of the understanding it's 5 years. A lot of developers, they will give a target, but then market conditions either intervene on the positive or negative side. If there's a strong market demand, it could be shorter than that. If the market demand is a bit soft or a bit soft, as the project progresses, then it could extend out to 8 or perhaps even more.
Okay, so I have a concern about that because we have other projects in the city where we put a timeline on it, or if it's not done, the zoning reverts back. And when I look at some of the comments that were made here tonight about the cost of building materials and downsizing from 136 to 82 units, the cost of building materials 5 or 8 years from now could be totally, unaffordable. So I'm looking for some kind of a guarantee that if this is approved, that it's going to be done, and it's going to be done within a reasonable period of time, not a decade from now. Because I don't expect anybody in the city to go 10 years with hammering, drilling, and building going on next to them. It should be done in a reasonable amount of time. So can we put a time limit on this particular project or revert the zoning back?
Your worship, through you to the deputy, certainly that's within council's authority to impose time limits for development. There is some precedent for that with past projects. We typically recommend that where we view that the project may be more longer term and speculative. In this case, it's my understanding that the developer is very much anxious to move forward in a timely fashion. Mr. Reid may wish to comment further on that, but that is something that we certainly could, should council wish to pursue that, we could come back prior to third reading to provide further advice on that. But at this time, it wasn't part of our initial recommendation. Mr. Reid?
Yes, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. I just checked my notes. They are, they are looking at a 5-year time frame, but as Commissioner Hamilton said, we have put, a time frame in the past where, given them a date to typically 5 years to complete the project. And then if it's not completed within 5 years, they can come back and have that condition amended and request more time from council. But that would be something that, could be considered in conjunction with third reading when the recommended Section 59 conditions are imposed.
Yeah, I think that's really important that we look at something like that, because who knows what the future holds in terms of building costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Deputy. Up next, I have Councillor Ogden.
This is a question for staff. I'm not sure who, Mr. Reid or Jacqueline, but my one concern, I've just been listening, and such one concern I have is the congestion on Loch Lomond Road. I went out a few times getting all these emails, and it is very congested. And I often wonder, why couldn't we have another road? We all talk about St. John being bigger than Moncton and Fredericton and Quispamsis and Rothesay together. And a big part of it is when we adopted the parish of Simons in 1967. And that land is still there. And I don't think there's a lot of people living out there on that road out towards St. Martin's and everything. But there is no sort of main road that accesses that area except Loch Lomond Road. And when you go out east, and like somebody said that people coming in from the valley now come in from Loch Lomond Road and such. And so I have a real concern about the congestion that these people have to live under. And I'm just wondering, is there any way that, in behind the fire station, Simons High School out towards St. Martin's, there's a lot of land there in behind the industrial park. Is there not another way that we could have another main road into that area?
I don't know if any staff want to tackle that one. It's not really in scope of the zoning. We're just asking for rezoning. We've got I know you may have you and Councillor Redwan have mentioned that you have a concern with traffic, but we do have the traffic impact study there.
But if if other people are gonna come along and want to build in this area, and we keep talking about the congestion on Loch Lomond Road, that's gonna stop a lot of development.
Yeah, and it's something we may end up dealing with down the road, but for this one, it doesn't seem to be an issue. So I guess we'll. City Manager, did you want to? Oh, wait a minute. I've got the City Manager, and I also have the Commissioner Hugenholtz on the line.
Yeah, Your Worship, if I could, we constantly review traffic flow within the city of St. John. I don't believe it's one development of 82 units that's going to change the traffic flow of 13,000 cars on Loch Lomond Road. But that said, eventually Loch Lomond Road, if it continues to develop and continues to see increased traffic levels, we will need to make adjustments to the traffic flow in that area. And there are all sorts of tools at our disposal, from additional crosswalks, traffic lights, etc., to expanding the road or considering other options. And that can all happen in due course as we continue to monitor the traffic flows within the area.
Thank you, City Manager. Okay, so I will go to Councillor Hickey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly an interesting conversation. I have a couple questions for staff, mostly building on Councillor McKenzie's point, because I did appreciate it. And 5 years is a long building time for 82 units. So I wonder, and I think the residents have brought forward very legitimate concerns in regards to what their expectations are of the neighborhood and what they're getting out of them. And I think that the most impactful thing I would see is a long build time on a project like this. And I guess that's why I'm wondering, specific to that, what exactly us putting time limits on it would look like. And further to that, what was over 5 years, was there any indication as to what the phasing structure would be of the project? Like what would go up first, what wouldn't? And then particularly curious about landscaping impacts within that as well. Like, are these folks, enduring 5 years of just looking at an open field as these go up, or are there landscaping requirements that are put into place prior to that phasing?
City Manager, over to you.
Your Worship, if I can, this is exactly why we have first and second reading separated from third reading. It has been expressed by several council members now, the concern over the time of construction. The staff will take that away and will provide information on that at the third reading for due consideration from council at that time. Tonight is simply first and second reading, where in fact we don't even review or ask you to declare on section 59 conditions this evening, and anything to do with time limits or when the shrubbery should be in place, etc., are all section 59 conditions that would be included in third reading. So we can take it away and provide you additional information and staff recommendation on timelines in time for third reading.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Okay, up next I have Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, I'd like to address this to Mark Reed. Mark, where you've been dealing with these two gentlemen and the real estate people from Ontario, and one of them bought a home in Lornville, and together they bought a fixer-upper in Sussex and another house on Prince Street in St. John. If, in your opinion, if this 82 unit did not go here in Loch Lomond, would they stay in St. John and look for another area, in your opinion? Because you've been dealing with them.
I haven't been dealing with them to the extent, Councillor, to provide an opinion one way or the other. They have come across that, if this site didn't work out, they would look at other sites, and I take that I take that as a reasonable approach.
Has anybody on staff that's on the camera here now been dealing with them? I mean, it's important to me because one of the gentlemen has actually bought a home in Lornville, and the other gentleman said that he had bought a fixer-upper, I think, in Sussex, and a 3-unit on Prince Street, West St. John. So it's quite obvious they love the Maritimes, and if this 82 unit didn't go, as what's being opposed by the people in the area, would they stay around and look for another area to build 136 units or 105 or down the road? Is there anybody else, Mark, they dealt with?
They've also dealt with Jeff Sear at Develop St. John and Vision St. John.
Correct. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, so is there anyone who hasn't spoken that would like to speak, ask a question? I'm going back for round 2, and this will be the final round. I'll start with Councillor Radwan. Round 2, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. So I'm just going to make my comments. Actually, I appreciate what what the deputy has asked for too, and I will respectfully disagree with the city manager. I think with this traffic assessment showing 608 extra cars on the road on a Tuesday, what is it like on a Friday, and especially put that before Christmas time, it could be extremely difficult to get out just at certain times of the day. It only seems to be, when people are going to work, when people are coming home, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I don't think people are having a hard time. What I would like to see is a plan for better infrastructure for the area if we're going to end up making this area more densified. So, for example, I do think that we should be looking at street crossings, more sidewalks, etc. I think that the citizens do have a great point. They've done their homework, and this is not following the municipal plan. With Councillor Lowe's quote that everybody seems to like, that it looks like something was just dropped in the middle of this neighborhood. That was exactly my feeling before I read that, is that it just doesn't look like it fits there. Now, as you get closer to more amenities, which is generally what somebody who would be in affordable housing would need to be able to walk in close distance to get groceries, to do shopping, to go pay a bill, to go to the bank. When you get closer to those amenities, that's why you end up seeing more big buildings. And that's generally what I end up seeing for the city, because it's better for amenities for those residents. And it just makes sense when it comes to densifying different areas. So that's why we have our 2 retail areas, McAllister area, Lancaster, and obviously we're trying to increase the density in the urban core. That's absolutely what makes sense. So I understand where the residents are coming from. I think that, the developers are going to be responsible. And, I don't think there would be any concerns really about garbage pickup and things like that. But I definitely want to see this planned, if it goes through, planned in a short period of time, but I am going to be voting against it.
Okay, Councillor Hickey, you are up. Oh, you're good?
I'm good, Your Worship. Sorry, I just forgot to put my hand.
Okay, sorry. Councillor Harris, you are up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I on the same token as Paula, as a person who has heard the cries of people across the city for adequate housing and access to housing, I am frankly, I'm very upset at some of the sentiment I've heard tonight about put this in, for Cole's Notes version is put this in someone else's backyard. We don't want people who have to live in apartments behind our house, et cetera, et cetera. So kudos to staff for having the courage to push this forward. Kudos to staff for having heard the calls of hundreds of St. Johners who need access to housing. And I will be the first to admit Plan SJ needs a major review. To Councillor Radwan's point, it's a year overdue. I hope staff hear this call. I hope we're building transit around this routage. We're rebuilding transit right now, and I do hope that we're going to service this neighborhood and this attempt at increased density adequately. We know that countries like New Zealand removed a whole slew of community planning allowances and things like that a number of years ago, because they realized cities need to be built differently. They need to be built around people, and they need to be built around access. And so I'll be voting in favor of this. I don't know how we can continue to look at people with opportunities that we have to increase density, increase access to housing, and tell them we turned this down because it's going to inconvenience a few people. I know that comes across harsh, but it is hard to be in a situation like this and look at people and say, no, we're not interested in increasing access to housing because of some, and again, non-evidence-based realities that people are bringing up as concerns. So there's certainly learning that needs to happen on both sides of here, but I'll certainly be voting in favor of this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Stewart up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would love to increase access to housing. I really like the look of this proposal. I don't like the neighborhood they're putting it in and the traffic flow. The city manager or the traffic study, we can paint our own narrative on this, but I lived on that street and I know that putting that many cars out into that traffic is going to cause more stress, which is going to, to our priority of livability in St. John, this is going to cause way too much stress for what good it's going to create. So I think this should be somewhere else. I think there's other places to put it, other places we should be looking at. But kudos to the city or the staff for putting it forward, and the developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for questions. I'll just say briefly that, just to reiterate what the Commissioner of Growth said, this is not a plan amendment that they're looking for. You're just looking for a zoning, to amend the zoning bylaw. That's it. I live on the peninsula, which is 2.5 square kilometers, and we have building after building of density going in there. I can't make the peninsula any bigger. If we're talking about how do we increase roads and what, is it going to be whatever. Anyways, these public hearings are always interesting because there's the two sides of every coin. So what you're being asked tonight is to amend the zoning bylaw, and so I'm going to leave it at that. And I will need a motion. I need to refer to the clerk for what I would need for motions if we're going in that direction. City Clerk, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, two motions are required, first and second reading by title, if council chooses to go in that direction.
So I have Councillor Harris and Councillor Killen, the first and the seconder on that motion. Go forward. On the question, all in favor? You need to raise your hand so that we've got it on record. Opposed? I believe the motion is carried. City Clerk, I'll confirm that with you based on what you can see for counting.
Yes, Your Worship. Let's just clarify the record. So I have shown a nay vote by Councillor Rodwan, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Lowe, and Councillor Ogden. Is that correct?
Is that correct? You four councillors?
4 negative votes.
Councillor Ogden, negative. Okay. All right. Motion.
So that carries the motion, Your Worship.
Okay. So that carries first reading by title, I guess. So we can go ahead.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Thank you. And then I need a second motion for reading by title. Councillor Harris, Councillor Killen. On the question, all in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. I believe it's the same count.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, City Clerk, I've got to get my paperwork out. Here.
So, Your Worship, the next item on the agenda is 10.1 under considerations of bylaws. And this is a report entitled Feedback and Follow-up on Alternate Side Parking Program Northeast-West Sides. It does also contain a traffic bylaw amendment, which would need first and second reading.
Okay, so I'm handing this one over to Mike Hugenholtz to introduce.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. Before you this evening is a proposed amendment to the traffic bylaw, which would see Tartan Street added to the list of streets subject to a system of alternate side parking. This is the system that exists in areas outside of the South Central Peninsula. By way of background, there was a change made to the alternate parking program in 2019 that saw the system change from a system of nightly changeovers to a system more similar to that, and then South Central Peninsula, which saw changeovers twice a month. And the months after that change, council did receive a number of emails and correspondence from some citizens complaining about the system and recommending a change. That was, those letters were referred to the city manager. So to help inform our decision making, staff consulted with the public through the new Shape Your City tool, the results of which has been included in this report this evening. Staff solicited feedback on a number of different options for managing on-street parking and the appropriate balance between the convenience of on-street parking for residents and the need to deliver critical public works services, in particular snow during the wintertime. Long story short, there was no consensus on a better way to manage parking on the street. It was really an even split from the feedback that we did receive. So on that basis, we're not recommending any change to the system of on-street parking, with the exception of a change by including Tartan Street in the list of streets subject to that. There was at least 4 residents that spoke in favor of needing a change there to manage the limited right-of-way, in particular during the winter. The amendments to the traffic bylaw before you this evening will accomplish that change. Subject to your questions, I will turn it back over to the city clerk for first and second reading.
Okay, city clerk. I have a question first. Deputy.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mike, for the presentation, and I'm very happy about Tartan Street. When can we expect some action taken on the other streets that have, you know, people spoke out about concerns for their safety and having to walk, you know, 2-3 blocks at 2 o'clock in the morning to find a parking spot, you know? When are we going to address those concerns?
Is there a particular street you have in mind, Councillor?
Spring Street had a number of concerned citizens that they're saying they can park on one side of the street. It's wide enough to park on both sides, but no, they've got to go down 2 or 3 blocks. Some of them work late at night, and they're walking in fear. So I'm just wondering when we can address those safety concerns. That's all.
Yeah, through you, your worship, to the councillor. It is a challenging task to try and manage the existing right-of-way, manage it for public convenience by allowing on-street parking, but also allowing for public works. We would have some serious reservations about allowing parking on both sides of those streets. There are a lot of cars that park there, but we do need access to at least one side to be able to clear the snow and push it back. You know, that could certainly become challenged by allowing parking on both sides.
So we're not planning on doing anything for them.
At this point in time, we would have serious reservations about expanding the parking on Spring Street in particular, and some others as well. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Ogden.
Yes, going along with the deputy mayor, people are living down there. They are very concerned about their safety, and I think it is something that we do have to address. We can't put off. It's that, to me, that wasn't a good answer. We have to do something now. We've had a lot of safety issues in that area, and I get a lot of calls from people down there, and I go down there regularly, and it is a reality that those people live, and I think that's something that we have to do right away.
Okay. Councillor Radwan.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Commissioner Hugenholtz, I'd actually like to echo a little bit of Councillor Ogden's comments. But I realized too that you have probably had a little bit of struggle to get feedback. There wasn't tons of feedback. So is there another way for us to get, you know, a good understanding of the challenges before we actually make these decisions.
Through you, Your Worship, it's always difficult to get public feedback. It's funny, an issue like this is very close to home for any citizens who rely on the street for their parking. There would be, thousands of people in the city that would be in that situation. We certainly do make every attempt to reach out and get that feedback. The Shape Your City tool is a very good tool for generating that feedback. But this is kind of the nature of public consultation sometimes, is that you can put the call out there, you can advertise widely on all of your social media, your websites about opportunities for feedback. But you are right. In this case, there were 50 people that did respond. I think that's as good a representation of the community as you're going to get through these feedback tools. So, it's unfortunate that there wasn't broader uptake, but like I say, the other aspect of that is a lot of times there is no great consensus about what to do. I think people were pretty much evenly split amongst keeping the system, going back to what it was, trying something different. So it is hard to achieve consensus.
Well, and I know that this is not exactly this policy, but I've recently had a concern over in Silverstone. So it just kind of makes you wonder if there should be policies against this too, where the High Meadow residents are parking 40 to 50 cars on Silverstone while their yard gets cleared. So then it's keeping our plow drivers from being able to clear those streets. So it's just creating a lot of havoc, and I know that your drivers have had a really hard time to clear that area. It's still not cleared from the first storm. So, is there a way to make sure those things are not happening within these policies too?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. Unfortunately, the system that we have through bylaws, it's a blunt tool. It becomes very difficult. In fact, I would say impossible to try and tailor our system of bylaws around everybody's individual circumstance. We certainly try to get as broad-based feedback as we can from residents. That's an important consideration into our decision-making. But there are other considerations, particularly when you have a winter like this year. If we don't have access to at least one side of the street unencumbered, very quickly we run the risk of not being able to pass through there at all. And that's not only our snow plowing equipment, but that will go for emergency vehicles as well. So it's definitely a concern.
It seems to be draining your productivity, because I know that staff keep trying to go back to clear that area and they're not able to. So then what do you do? So, it's kind of draining your staff time. And of course, with this kind of snow winter that we're having, it's creating those challenges too. So how to make it a little
Thanks,
bit
Councillor.
easier.
I'm going to have to cut you off. We're at 3:40.
No problem. Okay, thank you.
Now I've got to check this out here. Deputy, are you back on?
Yeah, I just wanted to give everybody else a chance, but I want to speak about Goodrich Street as well, Michael. It's an evacuation route, and it was brought to our attention through the survey that we have cars parked on the short side of the street instead of the long side of the street. So if we put the signs on the other side of the street, to be able to accommodate more cars. And I guess I'm wondering why we're not doing that. Why would we put the parking on the short side of the street instead of the long side?
Yeah, I know Director O'Reilly took a look at that specific situation. I see him on the line here this evening, so I'll ask him to perhaps chime in.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. And what I might try to do is just provide a bit of perspective as to where we've been for, say, the last 10 years on parking in relation to, again, balancing that community for parking versus public services. So about 5 or 6 years ago, we essentially on most streets in the city didn't allow overnight parking on any street during the winter time. So again, we heard the calls at the time that we need a better balance, again, to Deputy Mayor's point around safety, all those reasons why I need better convenient parking. So we switched gears, and we moved to a system of introducing the alternate side parking in more areas of the city, as opposed to continuing that nightly parking ban, which is in place across most of the city. Just for a reminder as well, streets like Spring Street and I believe Goodrich Street, etc., used to be under a different type of alternate side parking system, where it alternated every night during the winter months. But it was during the night, during those times that the Deputy Mayor was mentioning. So again, we did receive some concerns at the time that was confusing for people to understand. It was an issue for snow plowing because, again, you're switching every night as opposed to having some consistency from one side to the other. So again, when we talk about some of these streets like Spring Street, Goodrich Street, etc., again, I think we've taken that balance and shifted it more over the past 5 or 6 years. Again, understanding the concerns of residents and the need for more convenient parking, while again making sure that we have a consistent system across the entire city, but again also provide some level of ability to clear the streets with some of the issues that Councillor Rodwan just brought up about being able to plow the street. So again, we're always, as Commissioner mentioned, we're always open to analyzing individual streets. I guess it's just a matter of each street's unique, but at the same time, you want to have a system in place that's rather consistent and that everybody can understand. So that perspective may help and may lead to, again, some specific comments around Spring and Goodrich, and again, that step forward in terms of providing more convenient parking. Thank you.
Yeah, I was very interested in the way they do it in Halifax. I saw some information on the survey about Halifax. I think we should look at that because I think they've got it nailed down pretty good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director O'Reilly. It's a tough one, and the alternate side nightly must be difficult for some people. You can't go away for 2 nights. And just the enforcement issue, I would think, for us to be sending staff out at night. But anyway, all right. City Clerk, there's no other questions. City Clerk, what do I need for motions?
Your Worship, this one is a first and second reading by title.
Need a mover for first reading by title. I got Councillor Hickey and I got Councillor Harris on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting the traffic on streets in the City of St. John, bylaw number MV 10.1, and amendments thereto.
I need a reading by title, please. Councillor Hickey. Councillor Harris. On the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
Bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting the traffic on streets in the City of St. John, bylaw number MV 10.1, and amendments thereto.
Thank you very much. Next item.
Next, we have another consideration of a bylaw, 10.2 on your agenda, and this is a traffic bylaw amendment going for third reading.
Mr. Hugenholtz, you're going to give us a quick intro, I believe.
Very quick, I'm cognizant of the time. This is the third reading for the traffic bylaw that would allow our own parking bylaw enforcement officers to cause vehicles to be towed in the event of an overnight parking ban. So that's going to be very helpful to our staff and ensure a good, consistent level of service for that to allow us to plow back those streets.
Thank you. Not seeing any questions. I've got Councillor Lowe. He's going to. I need 2 motions. First one is by reading by title, and second reading by title, So Councillor Lowe and Councillor Radwan. Are you? Councillor Lowe is going to move it. Councillor Radwan is the seconder on it. On the question. All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried.
Your Worship, this one's third reading, so it will be the entirety, but I will go quickly. A bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting traffic on streets in the City of St. John, bylaw NV 10.1 and amendments thereto. A bylaw of the City of St. John entitled a bylaw respecting traffic on streets in the City of St. John, bylaw number MV 10.1 and amendments thereto, enacted on the 7th day of October 2019, is hereby amended as follows. Section 4.1 is repealed and replaced with the following. 4.11, it shall be lawful for any member of the St. John Police Force to move or cause to be moved any vehicle found stopped or parked in violation of provisions in this bylaw on any street or provincial highway in the city. 4.12, it shall be lawful for any by law enforcement officer to move or cause to be moved any vehicle found stopped or parked on any street or provincial highway in the city during a snow ban declared by the Commissioner pursuant to Section 6 of the bylaw. 4.13, a vehicle so moved under this bylaw shall be stored in such places as the Chief of Police may direct, and the registered owner of such vehicle at the time shall be liable for costs and charges for towing and storage thereof. And 4.14, there shall be no liability attached to a peace officer or by law enforcement officer for any damages to a vehicle taken into their custody under this section. That's the end. And then so one last motion for third reading by title.
Councillor Radwan and Councillor Lowe for third reading by title on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
Bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting the traffic on streets in the city of St. John, bylaw number MV 10.1 and amendments thereto.
Thank you. Next item, City Clerk.
Stand by,
next
Your Worship, if I could. I apologize for intervening. Before the city clerk reads the next item, I need to know the will of council to extend beyond 10 o'clock. What's left in terms of staff presentations will force us to go beyond 10. And if there's not the will of council to do so, we'll have to adjust the agenda and table a few items.
Well, none of us want to go past 10, but we don't want to push the items ahead either, I don't think.
I'll give you the motion, Your Worship.
Okay, we got a motion from Councillor Hickey to go past 10.
I'll second it.
Councillor Lowe to go past 10. On the question, all in favor? Opposed?
Note disgruntledness.
Okay, I guess we're going past 10. We're going to have to dial back the talk if we want to get out by midnight. Here we go. All right, so City Clerk, next item.
Yes, so next item under business matters, 12.1 on your agenda, move SJ roundabout and road safety strategies report.
Mr. Hugenholtz, it's the Mr. Hugenholtz show tonight. Go ahead.
Your Worship, I'll very quickly turn this into the Tim O'Reilly show again, but we are before you this evening to present the first two draft strategies from the last phase of Move SJ, specifically the roundabout strategy and the road safety strategy. So both of those strategies are pretty lengthy documents. They've been included in your kit in their entirety. I would encourage you to read those in full and reach out directly to Director O'Reilly or myself with any specific comments or questions. Director O'Reilly is going to work through presentation now, just showing the highlights of those strategies. And it's a receive and file only this evening. We will be coming back to you at a later date for adoption. With that, Tim, all yours.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thanks, Your Worship and Council. Again, just a quick confirmation, Your Worship, that you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. So, Your Worship and Council, 2 weeks ago, I presented a report on the first two phases of Move SJ, our new transportation plan. This evening, I'll be presenting the highlights of two strategies completed in the third and final phase of this project, being a road safety strategy and a roundabout strategy. All deliverables of phase 3 have been vetted through public and stakeholder engagement. We do, however, intend to give council the opportunity to digest these phase 3 deliverables before we ask for your endorsement of them. Therefore, a report this evening and for the next couple of council meetings will come with a receive and file recommendation only. The safety of the city's transportation system is integral in the development of Move SJ. This is clear in deliverables of the first two phases of the strategy of Move SJ and is highlighted in our aspirational goal, which is up on the screen right now. Road safety is also integral in the two strategies, which I'll be presented this evening. Ensuring safety on the streets is a challenge for St. John and all jurisdictions that manage roadways. First, a road authority is only one piece of a much larger puzzle. Specifically, a transportation system is rather unique compared to other systems because our customers are not only users of the system, they are the system. The actions of motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians following the rules of the road and exercising safe techniques are integral to how safe our streets actually are. Second, a perception of how safe a road is can vary from individual to individual. We all have different risk tolerances, good and bad experiences driving, walking, or cycling. A concern for how safe a road is can often be based not on our own circumstances, but those around us. At times, we can incorrectly perceive an individual instance where risks are elevated as being incorrectly reflective of how great the risk is overall on that particular roadway. We can sometimes view safety too narrowly through the lens of just one transportation mode that is the mode that we value most or use most often. Third, we need to be aware that adding more road safety measures can actually have the opposite effect, resulting in streets that are less safe. We can add a warning sign every place where there's a risk. We can add a bike lane on every street. We can add crosswalks every place where someone may cross the street. However, if we can't maintain all this infrastructure that we install, what is the benefit of having them? If we overload drivers with too much information, they may not pay attention to the situations that actually present the greatest risk. If we overcompensate for a motorist's responsibility to pay attention to risk presented to them, how will they actually prioritize the situation where, say, a child runs out in the middle of the street, which can happen anywhere? Your Worship and Council, since around 2009, we've been diligently tracking every request to the city to improve the safety on our streets. The middle column of the table on this slide details about 5 years of these requests in various categories. The column on the right side of the table shows the requests we've been able to address. These requests have been the primary source of how we have decided where to invest in road safety in St. John. Given the preamble I provided with this slide and the clear inability to keep up with the number of community requests, there has to be a more effective way to invest limited public funds that results in the most measurable improvements in road safety while providing an avenue for citizens to provide valuable input. Your Worship and Council, that more effective way is through a comprehensive road safety strategy, one that not only collects but makes smart use of data, ensures we make evidence-based decisions, pulls in professionals from various fields, makes use of a more refined risk management approach, and make use of a tried and tested safe systems approach. The 4 subcategories of the safe systems approach are on the slide and are detailed in our report. My reference on the last slide to the fact that road authority is only one piece of a bigger puzzle is highlighted on the 3 E's of transportation engineering safety, which I have on the bottom of the slide. Fortunately, we have a great base to work from in starting a more comprehensive road safety strategy. This slide demonstrates actions we have already taken that align with the safe systems approach. Again, we detail these actions in our report. I mentioned that not only having data, but analyzing it to make more effective road safety investments is a key element of a road safety strategy. The 2 maps on this slide simply show how we can target investments strategically in parts of the city by effectively using data. Follow-up data analysis can then be used to measure effectiveness and continuously improve where and how we invest in road safety improvements. This slide shows another example of how we can use data to make even smarter road safety investment decisions. In this case, we can use data collected in the motor vehicle collision report shown on the left to then establish trends as demonstrated on the right as an example from the city of Saskatoon. There is a Vision Zero movement in Canada coordinated through a nonprofit called Parachute Canada. City staff is still assessing whether committing to this movement is something we'll recommend to council as part of phase 3 Move a Stay adoption. Regardless though, this nonprofit is an excellent source of updated information and a one-stop shop to keep updated on many other Canadian municipalities that have developed road safety strategies, such as measurable objectives related to collision target reductions. I provide on the screen here at the bottom just one example from the Halifax Regional Municipality in terms of what they achieve year after year or attempt to achieve for reductions of injuries from collisions. There's a 5-year road safety implementation plan included with the strategy appended to this report. This plan will be detailed further in the future, including viewing it through the city's overall strategic plan and annual work plans. I'm going to switch gears now and briefly review the draft roundabout strategy that is also being presented as a receive and file document for council for this evening. We haven't had great success installing modern roundabouts in St. John. In fact, we don't have any. We have only considered their use in limited circumstances, typically when an intersection was due for reconstruction. All the contemplated projects fell through for one reason or another. This has in the past resulted in the city given the sense that they were not supportive of roundabouts. I can tell you that as staff, we do see the potential. Move Astray created another opportunity to review the city as a whole to identify good locations for modern roundabout installations. Why are roundabouts so beneficial? Well, as I say, a picture can say 1,000 words. This image demonstrates the reduced amount of conflict points at an intersection with the roundabout on the right compared to a traditional intersection on the left. And this does consider other modes of transportation, including pedestrians. In addition, the types of conflicts that pose the greatest risk of injury, such as T-bone collisions, are reduced. Other benefits of modern roundabouts related to road safety, the environment, and asset management are on the screen. I wanted to ensure there's clarity that there are differences between modern roundabouts compared to neighborhood traffic circles. A picture of both are on the screen. The best way to put it is neighborhood traffic circles are installed on low volume streets with the primary purpose of calming speed or being an effective alternative to 3 or 4 way stop intersections. An example of this traffic calming circle is actually on Cedarwood Drive in Milledgeville. Modern roundabouts are instead installed on busier intersections, sometimes as an alternative to traffic lights. Speed calming is still an outcome with modern roundabouts, but so is maintaining effective traffic flow, including for large trucks. As we approach roundabouts as part of developing Move SJ, we undertook a citywide scan of intersections to actively seek good roundabout locations. The factors we use in the scan are on the slide, including all the great past community input we have received. A detailed analysis for each location was undertaken as part of the strategy, and then preliminary designs were sketched and included in the strategy document. I'll quickly go through the 5 candidate sites, mainly to show what they could look like and why they are a good fit. Each are detailed in their draft strategy that are attached to our report. Rossley Road at Ashburn Road has already been identified to benefit from increased traffic control. Currently, Ashburn Road has a stop sign. Traffic does back up often from Ashburn Road to the intersection. The concept for this design is on the screen. This location for roundabout, as well as several others, which I'll be referencing, are connected to provincial highways, which will require continued engagement with the province if we do move to completion. We've received past community input about speeds on Foster Thurston Drive. Received specific concerns with the inability to safely exit Sandy Point Road, which was a subject of a staff report to council back in 2010. We completed a survey confirming speeding was an issue. This street warrants traffic calming as per our traffic calming policy. Need to improve this intersection was again highlighted in 2021 during an approval process of a nearby development. We did install interim traffic calming measures at this intersection at the end of last year, but a roundabout would be a significant improvement. Again, Sandy Point Road is a provincial highway, and therefore province would have to be involved in the completion. The intersection of Mattawaganish and Galt is one of our classic challenging intersections with several conflict points. We have received community concerns about this in the past. This is also one of our entrance points to the city from a 100-kilometer-an-hour speed highway, so encouraging motorists to be aware they're entering an urban environment, such as Mattawaganish and Galt Road, would be a benefit. And yes, we have heard quite a few comments about speeds on both Mattawaganish and Galt. Again, Millage Avenue and Somerset intersection contains several conflict points. Maintaining flow of traffic in a safe way with a lot of development potential adjacent to it would be important going forward. It's also part of our Campus Harbour Connection bike route. Last but not least, Sims Corner. This is an undated design of Sims Corner. The only points I'll make from this slide are, 1, the need to resolve Sims Corner has been a long-term goal of the city. And 2, it is clear that it is complicated with a lot of adjacent development, the rail line that runs through it, and connecting streets that don't line up very well. A modern roundabout at Sims Corner was considered and recommended against in 2007. Best practices and roundabout designs have progressed since, and we are now recommending it as a result of these updated guidelines. I will just highlight a couple of improvements with installing a roundabout at Sims Corner. First of all, it would allow direct access to Fairview Boulevard, which has significantly decreased traffic and trucks on Harding Street West. Second, Fairview Boulevard and Bridge Road do not line up very well at all. And using a roundabout at this location would accommodate the fact that those streets don't line up. Again, Sims Corner is a provincial highway. Similar to the first two phases of Move SJ, we completed both general public and targeted stakeholder consultation with the final phase 3 of Move SJ. We did have to go virtual for the majority of our consultations with Move SJ during phase 3, but we did work with community partners. The lack of access to technology was not a hindrance to providing input. We worked with both our libraries and various community centers. The general summary of input received for both road safety and roundabout strategies are on the slide and detailed in our report. I'll just highlight 2 things. First, we did during the consultation phase add Loch Lomond Road at the airport arterial intersection as a recommended location for a roundabout. I will be highlighting its traffic calming potential during a report that I'll be presenting likely at the next meeting of council. Number 2, we did proactively reach out to the CNIB to receive input on a roundabout strategy. We know through a relationship with the CNIB and St. John residents with vision loss that navigation through roundabouts can be a challenge by persons with vision loss. We documented their suggested solutions to address these barriers if and when we come to installation. Just one more point on consultations before I end. We are in the process of completing some more consultations with the community. We did complete an engagement process as part of phase 3, but we are proceeding with a targeted telephone survey to both residents and businesses in within the city of St. John, which will be bringing the results forward to council at the next meeting. The report this evening is a receive and file recommendation, as I mentioned. The 2 strategies presented in this report, as well as the rest, are part of phase 3, will be presented in advance of seeing for council endorsement. With that, Your Worship, I'll stop sharing my slide and take any comments or questions.
Thank you, Director O'Reilly. I will just say that 4 councillors and I saw this presentation at Public Safety, and it's a good one. Because I love the slide trends from vehicle collision data, and there's 78 opportunities to have a collision, I guess. And they range from driver in attendance, which we've all heard of, to tires, to it says loose gravel, defective lights, not signaling. So I never thought about all these variables. Just very interesting, 78. I do have one quick question myself. We talk about roundabouts. When I looked at those, they're pretty much all single lanes. Is the rotary different terminology? Is that more than 1 lane? I know in Halifax, that rotary, there's at least 2 lanes of traffic that enter it at all those points.
Yeah, probably closest to a rotary out of all these designs would be Sims Corner. So Sims Corner would be a multi-lane roundabout with, of course, several entrances and exits, and obviously is designed to a greater degree for the large number of truck traffic coming to and from it. So if any of them were closer to the rotary design, which is essentially a larger roundabout, it would be Sims Corner.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that terminology was still in use or not, or if this was the new terminology for it, or if it defines a single lane of traffic or whatever. Okay, thank you. We do have a couple of questions. I need to get my timer on the go here. Councillor Councillor Harris, sorry, you're the first one up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't take too much time. I'll move the staff recommendation for receive and file. I certainly appreciate the high level engagement on this piece. My question, Tim, would be, I know there's a lot of things that are connecting to these road safety pieces, roundabout strategy, cycling strategy. Do you have kind of a side of the desk figure that you're working from that would basically lay out how short you are on being able to implement kind of a best practice, evidence-based kind of approach to a lot of these issues around traffic calming I know traffic calming isn't specifically related tonight, but it does have to do with some of the points you raised in road safety. I just want to be able to, as a decision maker, look at things in the future and say, okay, Tim O'Reilly was able to tell us he was $1.5 million underfunded last year to be able to deliver on sort of that A-level approach to traffic calming, road safety, roundabouts, whatever. And I can take that as a decision maker into consideration. So that's my question is do you kind of have that figure in the background as to how much under we are from that budget, that ideal budget line for that department?
Sure. So that's a difficult number to come up with, but I'll answer that question this way, which might help a bit. So first of all, as I mentioned early on in this presentation, and virtually all the presentations for Move SJ, we aren't starting from zero, right? Our traffic calming policy, for example, requires that we look at the speed and volume of the streets before we make recommendations on improvements. I work often with the police department on individual intersection issues in terms of their data from them. I mentioned, and I had up on the slide quickly, but we're being more progressive with being able to count vehicles as well as speed of vehicles as well. So I don't think it's necessarily an end game. I think it's just a transition from what we have now to more in the future. And like I said, like the road safety strategy is a lot of just bundling all the strategies we have together into a cohesive unit. In terms of the level of implementation, again, that's where our overall strategic plan comes into effect, our work plan, and what we can actually accomplish year over year. But again, the great thing about these strategies, including the road safety strategy, is it's scalable. So whatever we're able to accomplish, we'll be doing it, or we'll be recommendations back to council on evidence-based recommendations using good sound judgment.
Thank you. City Manager, are you going to chime in here?
Your Worship, yes, I'd like to, through you to the councillor. It's a great point, and I think we do need to manage public expectations. Move SJ is not, cannot be characterized as a multi-year plan. It actually has to be characterized as a multi-decade plan, to be quite blunt. We are talking about when you would add up everything that we would possibly want to do, we are well north of $100 million in this plan, and probably much higher than that. And we don't know that figure because, of course, we have not done even conceptual design on a lot of these projects, let alone detailed design that would then provide you the costing you need. But this is a decade plus of alignment for our city, and how much of it we do and how quickly we do it will quite frankly depend on the overall financial situation. How quickly do we get our debt down? How quickly do we have growth in the city that enhances our revenue? Can we get comprehensive property tax reform relief, etc.? So there are so many unknowns that we could never provide an estimate as to how long it will take for us to implement Move SJ in its entirety. And I suspect that Move SJ, as it goes through its rewrites, will be an ever living and changing document with more and more aspirational goals within it. But this is not a quick fix solution simply because of the cost of infrastructure. What we are getting better at is seeking out additional funding from other levels of government for some of this key infrastructure. And that, of course, will remain a priority moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager.
Yeah, just if I can real quick, Your Worship, just to follow up with the City Manager on that. It makes a lot of sense, and I think that's something that City Councillors need to do a better job at communicate, myself included, to the public at how expensive it is going to be for us to really achieve that A-level dynamic for road safety, traffic calming, all the pieces. But it's helpful to hear that, even that rough dart throw for tonight. So.
And if I may, just to pile on, that's why there's only 5 roundabouts within the strategy, 5 key ones, not 15. That's why there's not bike trails on every road. There's where we think it makes the most sense, because it cannot be an unconstrained plan, because then it's not worth the paper it's written on and it'll simply sit on the shelf. Thank you.
Right. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hickey, were you up next, or did you turn your light off and on?
I thought I was going.
Okay.
Councillor Harris follow up, so I got to the bottom of the list. Thank you, Your Worship. Tim's happy tonight. He doesn't have to talk about snow, and certainly public safety saw this report. But I did have one quick question, Tim, that kind of came out of this, because you're talking about data-driven decisions, and certainly that's where we want to root our a lot of our decisions. But how do you balance and how do you build the right decisions, basing them between data and aspirations? You know, what kind of city we want to see, how we want to see it built, how we want to move around it. How do you find that balance, and how does this plan help us guide that balance?
Yeah, so again, I think as the city manager put it, again, this is a multi-decade plan. So it does give a bit of foresight as to an eventual goal as to what we want to get to, right? When you combine all those plans together. So I think it's very important. But absolutely, I mean, it's everyday discussions with members of the public. I mean, I don't know how many times, even since we've developed the first two phases of Move SJ, that I've referenced it. You know, it comes up in almost every discussion now. As councillors, you've probably seen stuff from me. Move SJ says this, Move SJ says that. So again, it's, you know, it's a long-term goal, but it's also shaping our future now. And again, it'll be just one of those inputs in that overall strategic plan for the city, again, to make sure that everything lines up and we have cohesiveness. We obviously did a lot of follow-up with staff from other departments. You know, the central neighborhood plan, we did a lot of alignment there to make sure that that's lined up in plan SJ, et cetera. So it is an aspirational goal for sure, but it's also a very effective document to be used now.
Well, thanks very much. It's important for us to be aspirational. We should be setting big goals for ourselves, and I think this document does that. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Radwan, you're up next.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Director O'Reilly. I'm kind of along the same line, but I guess that I remember one council meeting from years ago that there was a 20 million number thrown around talking about a roundabout, and I thought I was going to fall off my seat. So I know how expensive some of these things are, some of these plans. I guess I kind of want to chime in on, I have a couple of questions. The first one is, how do we get to a short list that we could kind of look at for the next 5 years? When do you project that we could do that so that we can build it into our shorter term financial goals?
Sure. So in fact, when I come, and I'm not sure if it'll be next meeting or probably the meeting after, we do have a culmination report where we actually do provide costing information with a lot of the implementation measures, infrastructure-wise, of Move SJ, both from capital costs and the O&M costs. So we will have that available for sure. And obviously the ones that are less expensive, we can implement first. And there's a lot of stuff in Move SJ, again, that's not so much focused on infrastructure. It's working with the community partners and implementing different programs, et cetera, which again, we've essentially already started and we'll continue to do that.
Well, and I've watched you in action working with the Champlain Heights Association. I know the residents really appreciate that. My second question I've been dying to ask for a while is how, if you're going to go ahead and put a roundabout at Sims Corner, how do you possibly put this in place without creating complete chaos for the west side? Like, you have industry over there, you have residents, you have all the retail district is there.
Sure. So again, I don't know if I'd characterize Sims Corner today as, you know, I think a roundabout would be an improvement in terms of what's there now. I mean, there's obviously multiple conflict points. Obviously, anybody that's used to the west side, used to St. John, I've got used to how to drive through it. But certainly there is a bit of an education even on roundabout use. Now, Sims Corner is probably not the first one to install because it is a double lane roundabout. Probably start with one or two smaller ones first, but roundabouts are effectively used in other parts of the country, other parts of the world, and St. John's will. Yeah.
I'm kind of thinking more during construction phase, because I think once it's there, it'll be phenomenal.
Yeah. So certainly challenges during construction, and again, I'm sure we'll work with whoever's going to construct it for us to manage traffic through there.
Okay, great.
City Manager, are you?
Your Worship, if I may, through to the council, I think it's also important when we talk about the capital investments in Move SJ, and Director O'Reilly is right on when he says there's a lot in Move SJ that is not capital heavy. And we need to move forward on that. Some of it is just operating costs as well. But when we talk about the capital assessments, I'd just like to remind this council that we do have a commitment to council as part of our work plan to develop a 10-year capital plan by the end of 2023. So in that 10-year plan, Councillor Radwan, is where you will see us providing you recommendations on the sequencing of these various projects, and certainly give you a good perspective as to what we believe is affordable in that first 10-year block.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right, that 2022 work plan, it's got everything in it. Deputy McKenzie.
Thank you, Worship. Excellent report, Tim. Thanks very much for bringing it forward. Sandy Point Road to Foster Thurston. I talk to people all the time that say, you know, something has to be done. And I say, yeah, we're looking at, you know, down the road putting a roundabout in, or traffic circle. They say, well, you know, you say traffic lights are so expensive. How much more expensive would it be to put in a simple 4-point traffic circle or 3-point traffic circle? So give me a comparison. Like, how much would lights be? 200,000, 300,000?
Hold that question, Deputy Mayor. Like I said, in probably 4 weeks' time, we're going to come back actually with, I'm not going to say detailed, but certainly preliminary cost estimates for every project, including the capital costs for a roundabout specifically there. I don't have it right in front of me today, but again, you know, a set of traffic lights, you know, would need a lot of installation, could be $500,000 or $600,000. But again, what you got to consider is not just the capital cost, but the ongoing operation and maintenance costs. And that's where you start to win with the roundabout, because you don't have all that electronics, et cetera, that you have to maintain all the time. But hold that question. We'll be coming in a few weeks with some specific numbers. And it's not as bad as what Councillor Rodwan said with a lot of the roundabouts. So, yeah.
Okay, I thought I might just be able to slide that one in.
Okay.
Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Your Worship. The city manager stole a bit of my thunder. Just as your finance chair, kind of waiting to talk about some of the monies of it all. But it is really important, and I guess a caution to council. Certainly, important improvements to the city, such as phase 3 of Move SJ and these roundabouts. Immediately, everybody starts to think, "Oh gosh, when can we get it?" Just really important to take a breath, step back and say, okay, how does this integrate into everything else? I was going to mention the long-term capital strategy that staff and your finance committee have coming. And really that will be important in a couple of ways, because it'll help prioritize, where are the streets versus the pipes in the ground versus recreation infrastructure. But as we prioritize it all, it also gives staff opportunity when they know it's on the list. They also keep an eye on what federal programs are there, what provincial programs, where are the potential partners. For example, I picture Reversing Falls, to Councillor Radwan's question. We know that the province, somewhere in the next decade, perhaps, ish, is going to do a major refurbishment of Reversing Falls Bridge, right? Maybe that's the time, because if they're closing Reversing Falls Bridge for an extended period of time, that's the time we go to look for the roundabout at Sims Corner, for example. But the important piece is that these are before us now, so that we can get that plan in place to help bring it together with our other plans that are so foundational in the city, the financial plan, the upcoming strategic plan, all those things, so that those opportunities are there. And, just a bit of a lighter side, while we talk about roundabouts and funding, I really think, Director O'Reilly, there would be money to be made when we install the Sims Corner roundabout for a pay-per-view live camera for the first couple of days of St. Johners going through it. I'll just throw that out there for a revenue opportunity. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you so much. I don't see any more questions for you, Director O'Reilly. I just will say that roundabouts, I think personally, are fantastic because they keep the traffic moving, and everybody likes to be moving all the time. Nobody likes to be standing still. And the time to get into a roundabout is in traffic, because everybody in the traffic circle knows what they're doing then. So that's the time to get in there and learn what you're doing, because you'll just follow right along with everyone. Anyways, it was a great presentation. I do have a mover, Councillor Harris. I don't think I have a seconder, Councillor Hickey. I'll go with you. So on the question, all in favor on the receive and file, and contrary? Motion carried. Thank you so much. City Clerk, back over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next, we have 12.2 on the agenda, and this is a staff report with respect to Fundy Key Public Space Project scope.
Mr. McGovern, over to you, I believe.
Yes, good evening, Your Worship, members of council. We're excited to be before you this evening with the public space design and to seek your direction on a number of items. This project will bring a significant and exciting enhancement to the city's waterfront, a waterfront that is going to be further open to the public. This is a transformational project that will change the face of our waterfront. In April of last year, we held a public engagement session where we sought ideas from the public relating to the design of the public spaces. Then again, on September 27th of 2022, we held an open house at the Market Square Atrium to solicit public input. A display was also arranged at the City Market. These events provided important input, and the entire team was present to hear firsthand the public input that was provided, and it helped shape the design that is before you this evening, including the feedback around if we had to remove anything from the scope, that it should be the pedway. And that was consistent. That is consistent with the theme of and the recommendations that are before you this evening, and that staff will be seeking your direction on. Also, in terms of retaining funding that's associated or from other levels of government and associated with the pedway, so that we can use that funding for the full scope of the public space that will be presented. And then finally, that we seek your direction in completing the tender documents and getting the tender ready to advertise publicly. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Mr. Jeff Sear, Director of Strategic Projects with Envision St. John, who has been heavily involved in the project from the outset. And now that the project has moved from concept and design and soon to construction, Mr. Sear will be reducing his involvement in the project and will be shifting it more to a project management focus. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Sear, who's going to walk us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McGovern. Your Worship, I'm just going to share my screen here quickly. Okay, thank you very much. Can everyone see my screen all right?
Yes, we can, Jeff. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, it's my pleasure to be here this evening before council to present kind of the update on the public space component of the public Fundy Key project and provide some recommendations moving forward. At a high level, quickly, we've been making considerable progress in the project. We can see the seawall component of the project continues to move forward on schedule. Our soil remediation and site regrading of the Fundy Key site is awarded and well underway. The plaza and boardwalk demolition has been awarded and is set to begin. The developer has received zoning approvals for the first building and the general concept for the development. And tonight we're here with recommendations on the scope and approach from a budgetary standpoint for the public space. As Commissioner Govern mentioned, we've undertaken quite a bit of public engagement and feedback, including a number of focus sessions, public open houses, as well as online and in person at the City Market. We've received a lot of general feedback as well as specific feedback on direction on how to bring the budget in line. So overall, we've taken that feedback and we've incorporated that into our kind of our design and value engineering process. So we're happy to report that we've been able to find some great avenues to bring the budget in line while not undermining the product of the public space. So things like value engineering the behind the scenes components of features. So what the public uses, sees, and feels doesn't change. It's the structural systems behind that are still good and aligned with city specifications, but we found savings. Direct procurement, so there's a number of RFPs. We'll be looking to acquire some of the materials and systems direct so that we can avoid some of the COVID delays in the supply chain that we've been seeing in construction. So we have the materials when we need them, but it also gives us an opportunity to to avoid some additional markup from contractors and other vendors through the supply chain. We are recommending the removal of the pedway from scope. And one of the largest items is we've been able to find some cost savings on the adjacent engineering project for the Siteworks project. So with that, we're happy to recommend this evening that we've got significant project savings to proceed with the full scope of the public space design as was presented to the public in September of last year. Quick note on some of the things that were removed. The pedway was the biggest item, and this was really heavily, we received a lot of public feedback on that, but we're also running into significant budget challenges due to commodity pricing, and particularly the price of steel. Timing, as the Fundy Key schedule began to clarify, it was clear it was misaligned with the timing of our federal funding budgets and timelines, more so than initially expected. And then design and aesthetics, as we managed the design, the aesthetics of the pedway became something that really would have undermined the quality and the intentions that we had around doing this public space. So with the removal of the pedway scope, we're prepared to submit a request for change to Infrastructure Canada through the province of New Brunswick's Regional Development Corporation. So we've identified aspects of the design that were not originally part of our application to the federal government that became a suggestion through the design process. So we feel that these components would be a suitable replacement, both in terms of its eligibility for the program as well as its financial profile. So with that, we're able to proceed with the recommended design. I won't take too long with this, but I'll just provide a few reminders and snapshots from the public open house. So this is the overall plan for the public space, both the plaza and boardwalk area, as well as the Harbour Passage extension around the Fundy Key. So starting from Smythe Street, this is towards the Hilton Hotel, which is identified as Point Zero with this kind of unique commemorative feature, recognizing it's Point Zero of Harbour Passage. Walking down Smythe Street, we have the continuation of Harbour Passage for active transportation, whether it be bikes, cycling, roller skates, skateboarding. And we also have areas to slow down and to enjoy the waterfront scenery. As you walk further down the Smythe Street section, Harbour Passage, we have one of the really kind of landmark features of the proposed design, which is the tidal steps. So that's comprised really of a series of terraced urban beaches with sand above the high tide water line, and then granite steps bringing you down to experience the ocean floor of the Bay of Fundy. As you walk past the entrance of Market Square, enhancements to the entrance to try and animate some spaces that are somewhat dead zones within that area, and furniture and ideas to reanimate it with new uses and connections to the indoors. And then just to the south of that, and just above the tidal steps, is the rock pool, which is a seating area with a number of fountains and other interesting features. So I'm going to shift now to King Street, and this is the view entering King Street. So you're really introduced with something that we heard quite a bit from the public, was reintroducing greenery, places to sit, places to relax, and enjoy this public space. So the strategy that the landscape architect put forward was the introduction of these landscape islands, again with built-in decking, interesting steel facades around the edge with backlight, and also kind of in an area where there's animation. So areas for food trucks and vendors, as well as access to things like the stage, which is located a little further back. The stage also incorporates some of the features that we see today on site with the green room. It'll introduce public bathrooms, warming areas for the winter, and it'll still maintain good views to the restaurants. With regards to the restaurants and the patio area, It's proposed to modernize this area and to bring in a more consistent look throughout with a new, basically a steel framing system. The front portion that you're looking at would be open. The back portion would have operable glass doors and glass roof that can be closed and heated during the winter, which is another key thing we heard quite a bit from the public, which was to try and find a way to make this a four-season space. There's two anchors to that. One is the patio enclosures. The other is a skating oval, an ice surface for the winter. So the intent is to use these two winter uses as kind of anchors and allow the community as well as the business community in the area to build off that and possibly support more programming in this area during the colder months. Moving now from the plaza to the Harbour Passage extension. Again, we're going to start from King Street. This section is termed the Treat LA. It is an active transportation section, but it does not continue the red cranberry. It's a decision of the design to keep that look only along the waterfront. So this is really a transition zone between the plaza space and the new Fundy Quay development. And as you get towards the water, you get back to the more traditional cranberry asphalt trail. Again, mirroring the other side of Market Slip, introducing areas to slow down and enjoy the atmosphere of the waterfront along the slip. As you come to the corner, the northwest corner, there's an elevated viewing platform known as the Prow, which will provide elevated views of the water as well as unique sculpture and opportunity for selfies. As you continue along the passage, built into the design are spaces for both performance as well as seating. So, so the plaza will not be the only area where performances like buskers can take place. It could spill out all around the Fundy Quay site in places and with features such as this amphitheater. Again, as you continue, similar trends. The design incorporates various elements from the region's past, whether it be First Nations, whether it be fishing weirs, and incorporates into a sleek, modern look. So that is the high-level snapshot of the design for the plaza. I referenced earlier that we have a strategy of direct procurement for some items, and it's really both a supply chain approach as well as a cost-saving budgetary measure. So in terms of what council can expect in the coming months, over February, you'll see the release of RFPs for things such as lighting, seawall railings, patio enclosures, concrete pavers, fountain equipment, and a chiller for the ice rink, with the target of a March tender release, which would be for the actual construction of the plaza as well as Harbour Passage. So with that, the recommendation this evening is to remove the pedway from the Fundy Quay scope of work, to work with the province of New Brunswick and the Government of Canada on the scope change request to retain the pedway funding for other features of the design, and to complete the preparation of tender documents and to proceed with tendering the public space project. With that, I'll open up to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. That's a wonderful presentation. It's a real good news one, and it's really exciting to see it as well. Can't wait to see the actual building, the build out of it. It's got so many wonderful components to animate the space and to gather people, and I guess those, as they call them, sticky places to keep people, you know, visiting the area. So it's really great. So I've got a few questions here, I guess, or comments for you, Councillor Harris.
Just quick on the button. I'm quick on the button tonight, Your Worship. That's all. I will say this, Jeff. Amazing job. You know, I'll give you a couple of quotes. Daddy, when can we go skating there? Daddy, will you read me a book there? My kids and I went over this, and I showed them all the picture, and they were so excited. My wife was so excited to have a space like this coming down the pipeline. So, I mean, from the Harris household, we're just, you know, in we're in awe of what this is going to bring to the city. We're just really excited. So, phenomenal work guiding this, and I know you'll see it across the finish line. So thank you for that.
All thumbs up from the Harris household. Excellent. Councillor Redwan.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Rudin. Just a quick comment, actually. Thank you so much, Mr. Sear. This is great, and I just wanted to tell you, the way that I keep looking at these, I'm trying to look at all of these kind of projects through a lens of many people, and not just my 44-year-old lenses. When I think about myself going with my husband, it's a place where I would belong. This is a place where young families would belong. This is a place where seniors could belong, where people that have accessibility issues belong. And if I think about the newcomer that comes over from Dubai, where the architecture is incredible and there's all these kind of amenities down by their waterfront, you know what? They also belong. So hats off to staff and Envision for getting all of this together, and I just can't wait. It's exciting.
Thank you, Councillor. Maybe in the future, the indoor ski hill. Anyway, Councillor Hickey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we may be closer to an uptown ski hill if the snow continues as it is. Jeff, just a quick question. Obviously, sharing the excitement from around the table, I think the livability aspect of this and the community building perspective is significant and really exciting to see our waterfront being shaped like this. I guess two questions, and I'll ask them both and then just let you answer them both. The rest of the developments that you'd mentioned, the plaza and boardwalk demolition and things like that, is everything on track so far and working well? And then my second question, Fundy Harbor's perspective on the pedway removal, was there any specific indication? Thanks.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. I'll start with the schedule question. Yes, at this point, things are progressing. We have no indication that any of the schedules for contracts that we have out are jeopardized. We've awarded two recently. One for the site works, the contractors mobilized very quickly. The other one, there's a few more complications as you plan out work in a sensitive environment with restaurants, but that is proceeding as well. The second question, sorry about this, getting late. Can you remind me of the second question again?
No, that's fine, Jeff. Just the Funding Harbor Group's perspective on it, on the pedway removal. I know it was a big part of their intention.
Yeah, we've had quite a number of discussions with them on it, and there's certainly understanding of the challenges that the pedway faces at this time. Kind of what we have had discussions on is the potentially there still being an opportunity to pursue it in the future, perhaps aligning it more with the timing of the construction of the building that it would attach to. So there's still an opportunity to continue those discussions.
Excellent, thanks. So this isn't necessarily a permanent removal of the pedway, rather an intention to make sure that there's a pedway that doesn't lead to an empty lot. Excellent.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for your work. It's we're excited to see this come to fruition. We've been envisioning it for a while. There you go. Fun for you.
It is getting late. Okay. All right. So in your kit, there are 3 directives for the city manager: 1, to remove the pedway; 2, to work with the province of New Brunswick; and 3, and the government of Canada; and 3, to complete the prep for the tender documents. So I need a mover. I've got Councillor Harris and Councillor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you so much. City Clerk, over to you.
Your Worship, next item is 13.1 on your agenda, and it's a verbal update from the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Hickey. Can we get this like in a nutshell at 10:20?
Absolutely, it's going to be really fast, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you.
We've already discussed some of it tonight. So public safety at our first meeting of the year on February 2nd last week. We conducted 4 service review safety assessments as well as 3 separate standing items committee report. Essentially, those service review safety assessments offer the Plan, Do, Check, Act formula and offer a rating onto each one of these services. Director O'Reilly offered his perspective on Move SJ. Essentially, the understanding there is that it was had been receiving a relatively lower score than we had anticipated, but the only reason for that is because there's so much coming on Move SJ as we discussed tonight. So a lot to come. The score will improve as we go there, and we're excited to see that come to fruition. The second one we reviewed was our sandbagging efforts specific to our criterion and measured them against our response to the April 2019 flood event. The conformity assessment score came in at 80%. The review confirmed that the sandbag SOP was executed based on stated triggers. So well running and good score out of that one. And the third service review safety assessment essentially offered our technical rescue service of rope rescue as provided by the fire department. This review highlighted the strengths and some of the gaps in the program, ultimately offering it an 83% as a score, and really recognized what was an interesting conversation, recognized the opportunity for our specialized services that our fire department can offer on a more regional basis, and really got into a conversation about how St. John can form as we move forward with the white paper intentions of building regional public safety committees. And that's really what a big part of this conversation was. And certainly want to thank the senior leadership of the fire department for their efforts on that. Finally, the fourth was conducted on St. John Transit policy for reporting incidents, accidents, or near misses. Received a 75%, which is rated as good, and essentially provided that a record for all corrective actions should be maintained, such as that as a learning document once it's put in place. Then we had a couple standing committee reports. It's exciting to get the police to the table on these conversations. That's a huge win for the Public Safety Committee to have that dynamic constantly at the table. And I know our lead staff person, Chief Clifford, has been working diligently to try to continue to pull them under the fold to have them more involved, and want to commend him for that effort, and certainly his efforts throughout the report. I just offered that Staff Sergeant Dwayne Hussey offered us some insight into police services use of force policy. If you're further interested, we're in line with all regional police forces and the standard across the country. If you're interested in more, you can check the public record of the Public Safety Committee, because it's 1024. Further, the second one offered Deputy Chief Mike Carr provided a situational update to our Public Safety Committee on the municipality's obligations as it relates to the Emergency Measures Act for the province of New Brunswick. Essentially, Deputy Carr provided under this the ongoing municipal emergency response plans updates that would essentially follow a format where the Public Safety Committee would be regularly provided updates on this plan, which is good. And then the big one, which offers a lot of opportunity here, and certainly want to thank our staff for this, has been the establishing the Municipal Services Safety Dashboard, which essentially is offering that the objectives of our community and the committee are considered and included overall design in the creation of the dashboard that can assist in driving our improvements as well as predicting our future conditions, rather than just reporting the current state. So the dashboard is going to offer us a lot of potential for that insight and really data-driven efforts as we move forward within a public safety context. And then Director O'Reilly offered us a verbal update on our snow removal, and certainly want to commend him for that, as well as commend him for the challenge that he has been faced with in the 2022 winter as we continue to get hit with storm after storm. And certainly want to appreciate him listening to concerns of members of the committee, as well as, I think it was quite clear, the commendation of the committee as well to him, and certainly our winter management staff, who have been working dramatic overtimes to deal with the snow. So that's the update. Thank you very much, Your Worship. Hopefully it was fast enough.
Pretty good. It was an excellent meeting, and there was a lot about our standard operating procedures in it. It was very informative, so it was a great meeting. And thank you for bringing all of that information to us.
Well, it was 3 hours. I tried to condense it into 6 minutes.
Yeah, you did a good job. City Clerk, over to you. Oh, sorry, never mind. I need a motion to receive and file. Councillor Killen and Councillor Ogden on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. City Clerk, next item.
Your Worship, we have another committee update. This item's 13.2 on your agenda, and it's an update from the Finance Committee with respect to North Depot relocation.
Councillor Sullivan, are you introducing this one?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. This is your 1027 shot of finance adrenaline, so here we go.
Okay.
Very happy to be here to speak to you on behalf of the Finance Committee. It is composed of myself, Mayor Reardon, and Councillors Bradwin, Norton, and Hickey. And before us this evening is a recommendation to amend the 2022 general capital budget to include $1.873 million in funding from our Capital Reserve Fund to facilitate the relocation of the North Depot services to Rossay Avenue, and to relocate our fleet services to the transit facility. The North Depot, it's located off Boar's Head Road in Milledgeville, and it currently houses the pedestrian and traffic services team, as well as the paint bay and auto body shop for fleet services. There is a lot of required capital investments into this facility planned in the future, so staff sought to explore options to consolidate these teams into fewer facilities while monetizing the land, which is located in a desirable growing part. There are additional opportunities to consolidate the city's fleet operations from Rossay Avenue into the transit facility, which is currently underutilized. Staff undertook a comprehensive business case study and looked at the net present value of all the revenues and expenses adjustments over the next 20 years from the change, and that presentation is in our kit. Even with conservative assumptions of both cost savings and revenue generated, there's a net benefit of $2.9 million over this time frame. This consolidation largely hinges on the required investment of $1.873 million in the transit facility to accommodate the city's fleet services team, which then creates space for the pedestrian and traffic service to vacate out of the Boar's Head Road Works facility. In addition to the positive business case, there are many other non-financial benefits, including better use of the current transit operations facility, consolidation of similar services under a single roof, improvement of working conditions for fleet employees, and energy savings, which support the city's climate change action plan. These are the highlights of the business case. The use of the funding from the Capital Reserve Fund will still allow us to meet our debt reduction targets in the city's long-term financial plan. Staff are here to answer any questions you may have. And the motion, which is in our kit, is that the Finance Committee recommends to Common Council to amend the 2022 capital budget to include $1.873 million from the Capital Reserve Fund to relocate the North Depot services to Rossay Avenue and relocate fleet services to the transit building.
So Counselor, are you moving that? 'Cause I've got,
I'm making that motion.
okay, and I got Counselor Hickey who's seconding it, correct, Counselor Hickey? I have Counselor Ogden that has a question on it, Counselor?
Gary, how big is it, the piece of land, and what is the approximate value, or do we know?
I know it's 3 parcels, Counselor. I'm just checking our kit here. It's 3 plots at the North Depot, and I saw the value in here. If our CFO is on the line, he can probably find it faster than me.
Mike
Oh,
Hugenholz
sorry.
has his hand up.
Commissioner Hugenholz has got his light on.
He would have it too.
Commissioner?
Yes, well, I don't have the land area available right at my fingertips. The amount that we've anticipated for the initial sale proceeds of the land and the tax revenue from the anticipated development totals around $1.8 million or so over that 20-year period. Now, I wouldn't want to necessarily get into too much of a discussion about the specific land value we may be able to get in terms of an initial sale. I think our real estate team would want to look at and seek proposals from a number of developers looking to basically optimize the use of that site for the long term. So, initial sale proceeds may be part of it, but quick build out and best and highest use for that land would be what we're trying to achieve. I would say that obviously we would try and maximize the overall return for the city. Even with discounting completely the sale and subsequent development of this plot of land, the business case does still net positive over that 20-year cycle, just through the cost savings and the deferred capital mainly.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I will call the question. On the question, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay. City Clerk, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just a few items left that were carried over from Committee of the Whole. Next item would be 17.2 on your agenda. And this is a construction license, North Market Street. And the proposed resolution is that the city enter into a license agreement in the form as presented to Committee of the Whole at its February 7th, 2022 meeting with Fundy Harbor Estates, Inc. for the purpose of constructing an accessible ingress and egress on the existing sidewalk infrastructure of North Market Street, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the said license agreement and any document ancillary thereto.
Okay, I need a mover. I have the deputy and I've got Councillor Harris on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Next item is another recommendation from Committee of the Whole. This would be item 17.3, and this is a recommendation for disability benefits. The proposed resolution is resolved that in light of the approval letter received from Service Canada Pension Plan respecting employee ID number, and that is left private due to privacy reasons. Said employee will be awarded disability benefits payable by the employer in accordance with the arrangement that was put in place regarding the payment of such benefits at the time of conversion of the city's former pension plan to the current shared risk plan. Okay, Councillor, I've got Councillor Harris and Councillor McKillen on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next is 17.4, recommendation from Committee of the Whole with respect to McAllister Industrial Park sale to McDonough Brothers Landscaping. And the resolution is that the city enter into an agreement of purchase and sale with Liam McDonough in the form as presented to Committee of the Whole at its February 7th, 2022 meeting for the sale of 1.85 acre plus portion PID 337386 in McAllister Industrial Park, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the said agreement of purchase and sale and all documents necessary to effect the land transaction.
Councillor Ogden and the deputy on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
And the final item of the night, Your Worship, it's a recommended appointment to a committee, and this is for the St. John Board of Police Commissioners to appoint Charles Bryant pending a security clearance for a 3-year term effective February 7th, 2022.
I've got Councillor Bradwine and I've got Councillor Harris on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. City Clerk, did we just run through 5? We did all 5 of them, did we?
Well, we did 17.1 when we were trying to use up some time before the public hearing.
Yeah. Right, yeah, okay, that's when my count was off. All right, then before we say good night, I want to say thank you to everyone. It's been a long night. Like I said, we had almost 800 pages in between our 2 kits. For the audience, we've been in these cities since 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's been a long day for us. And staff has done an amazing amount of work getting this kit ready. There's so much background in it to us to this point so that we can make these decisions. They've got everything covered in here. So I want to say thank you to staff as well, and thank everyone for tuning in and watching. If you have any questions, etc., you can find the kits online. You can check them out there. And so I will call for a motion to adjourn. The deputy and Councillor Hickey. On the question? All in favor? Opposed? Good night, everyone. Thanks so much.